In this episode, I'm going to talk about Microsoft Office 365 Admin Center. So this is specifically more for somebody who are looking for their career in IT. There are different roles. You can go all the way up to architect level, and you can be an engineer. And also, if you're someone new wanting to start, so you need to familiarize with the Office 365 Admin Center, because there are so many administrative roles available, as you can see on the screen. Depending on the size of the organization, you could be just one dedicated person doing one type of role. So for that reason, you need to understand what this Microsoft admin is. And believe me, this is the most powerful access you would ever get in any Microsoft tenant. So make sure you protect this account. Make sure you know what you're doing it. Don't play around, and make sure you thoroughly study and understand what the changes you're going to implement. So let me show you a little bit and try to cover as much as possible, right? Here we are talking about SaaS, and I do not have any access to any underlying infrastructure, hardware, anything. Everything is being offered to me as a service. So that's the beauty of cloud. Then we have a compliance. Again, compliance is a different, you have to be compliant. So compliant team, if you have a separate team, do not or may not need to have access to the security, because security is different and compliance is totally different. Then you have endpoint manager, which is again, how do you protect your endpoint devices? It's a more of a systems and IT role where you're managing your devices. Can be MacBook, can be Windows and iPhones and Androids and all that stuff. And there is an Active Directory. If I click on this, it will take me to Active Directory portal. What it means, then I can manage the account from there, and even more stuff which I will be allowed to set up and configure through Active Directory portal. Now I'll come to Exchange, SharePoint, Teams, right? So Exchange is email, anything Outlook is all Exchange server. There used to be Exchange server. Now I don't count them, but I would say it's +% companies or stuff has been moved to the cloud in Office 365. And this is what, when you access your mailbox, is your Exchange server. So companies who are still on Exchange, they're migrating it, but pretty much you get 100 gigs of mailbox, archive mailbox, shared mailbox, you name it, all these type of mailbox, your room mailbox, resource mailbox, your calendaring, all this stuff is based off Microsoft Exchange server. Same thing when it comes to SharePoint, when again, there used to be SharePoint farm, but not anymore. No clusters, everything is in the cloud. So when you're saving your stuff in your document library, it's all SharePoint. Even OneDrive, when you store file, underlying architecture is based off SharePoint, but it works as your storage, like a Dropbox and OneDrive or Google Drive, whichever. So again, SharePoint, people coming from the SharePoint background, they know what I'm talking about. But for example, if you're new to Office 365, I don't need to going deep, but you have a SharePoint as a service available. You can do a lot of integration with third-party automation and document libraries there, and you can be really very creative with SharePoint. Teams, I'm not going to go more details. I set up a team session in my previous video, but again, it's a team administration, and this is what I was telling about. You can build up a separate career when you become a team certified, and you can manage your governance policies, even the meeting policies, mute policies, whatever your organization needs those policies to be implemented in Microsoft Teams. This is from where you can do it, and you will be just a manager or administrator for your Microsoft Teams. And here we click on that and we go to all, see or what are all admin centers available and what do they actually do. I already explained you the Active Directory, compliance. So there's a different admin for everything, right? Yeah, but for Power Automate, Search and Intelligence, Stream, OneDrive, Power App Security, Teams. Honestly, most I have seen from IT Point, when you're watching this video, the majority of the role are based basically on Active Directory, compliance, Microsoft Exchange, and you'll find a separate role for security, SharePoint, and Microsoft Teams. So depending how big your organization is. But these are usually the most role. I've not seen somebody who's dedicated for Yammer. Yeah, there are a few cases, but generally speaking, there are 4 or 5 roles for Exchange. Separate administrator. SharePoint, as I told you before, security and compliance is separate. Active Directory. So that's in a nutshell usually happens 4 or 5 different people manage a tenant. But again, it can always change, but that's the idea. And that's what you need to know how these work, because then once you assign that admin role, then you pretty much have full access to that, but not the other service. So that's pretty good, where you can have separate people, different teams working within their scope of the job or the work and the responsibility. So I hope it makes sense. If you have any question, let me know. I'll see you in my next video. Hello, folks. Thanks for joining in Office 365 introduction, a detailed introduction. And this is part 2 of the Office 365 Admin Center. I did one episode, Admin 1, which I kind of gave you a high level overview. And later I wanted to show you each and every admin center without going into the details, but still it will help you understand what these admin center looks like, because it's possible that you may not have access to all these, because for that you need to have a global admin access. So if you do not have that, then this will help you to understand what it looks like. And of course, you can spin up your tenant, whichever the way you wanted to learn. But let's take a look in this video on each. It won't take much time. And then in next 5-7 minutes, you will have a very good idea about different admin center in Office 365, assuming, global admin access, which I have it in my tenant. So if you do have, fine. If not, then this video, as I said before, here, this dashboard for Active Directory, I have the list for the user, my Active Directory, this is Azure Active Directory. And then you can list all the users I have, and I can do the password reset. I can delete user. I can create user. I have sign-in logs, audit logs. I can go on and on, pretty much think of it as an advanced version of Active Directory in the cloud. You can modify and all this. So I'm not going to go to the details, because we'll leave it for a different day. What idea is that to show you what it looks like. Compliance itself, there you go, security and compliance. So if you happen to that, in that role working for a multinational global company, then you will be given access to this. And then you will have access to this portal and do your job basically. And this pretty much explain your organization compliance score, and which can be improved. I have put some videos already, but again, that's what it looks like. You can generate some reports if there are any, or if I wanted to create some reports, the labels, you have to apply the data classification, right? Without that data classification, it won't work. Top 5 labels have been used in your organization. Retention policies. This is where you define the data classification. For example, you have policies, you can change the settings, resources. So compliance and security itself is a huge area. You have to put time and energy to understand the whole compliance center and compliance manager work. It may not necessarily your organization or your company leveraging this feature, but that's there. And some companies or many companies, they have to meet some industry standard and compliance. And this is where it becomes very helpful. Now I'm going to go to the next admin center, which is an endpoint. As I told you before, an endpoint could be a laptop or a cell phone. And this is where Microsoft Endpoint Admin Center comes into the action. You can just be focused on this area, for example. Depending if your organization is pretty big, then you will be just managing the whole endpoint, which is, let's say, if your organization has 10 to 50,000 or even more employees, for example. So you will even need more than one people managing this portal, because, that's a huge area, right? So devices, for example, we are talking about what kind of devices I'm showing you here, right? Windows, iOS, Mac, Android. So it will give the history. In my opinion, in my tenant, I'm having just one device. So that's what it looks like. But imagine an organization which has tens of thousands or more than 100,000 devices, you can be just find yourself within this area. So from career point of view, it's another good to look for. Exchange, my most favorite, because I used to deploy a lot of Exchange back in days. Now everything is online and it has everything available in the cloud. And so many services in Office 365 are underlying infrastructure hosted on Exchange. But this is what an admin center, and if I have to do it, I can literally speak hours and hours. Maybe for the next 8 hours, I can just speak to each and every topic. But that's what it looks like in Exchange. And this is for you as an end user. Your mailboxes are there, your group mailboxes, your resource mailbox. When you create a contact, it saves here, shared mailboxes, permissions, your organization, auditing, retention, and all that stuff. So Exchange itself is a separate career path for Exchange Online, depending what level of or big organization do you work for. Power Automate, let's take a look, but what's there, what the admin center looks like for the Power Automate, and what you can do if happens to be, again, size of the organization. If you work for a small organization and you happen to have or happen to manage everything yourself, yeah, you may want to leverage that, and that's what it looks like. It's good for people who are into data related area. So there are analytics available, common data services, Power Automate, what resources, capacity, what kind of data you can integrate here, so that's all the stuff here. And within the admin center, you have a Power BI. So I've used Power BI myself, where I ingest the data from different source file and gives a nice, beautiful graph, which you can present to your leadership. So this, you can be all creative. It all depends on which area you're coming from. So what I'm saying is that Office 365 is just not technical, but again, if you're coming from data, maybe, finance or business analytics stuff, this is where you can leverage. And even if you're an expert in your company, then you will be the, admin for that, for example. So in that case, then person like me will be coming to you, hey, I need some help. So that's where these business applications in Office 365 are really very, very helpful. While spinning up, there's not much data to show. I will move on to the next one, which is search and intelligence. Basically, I'm not sure. So I'll skip that one, search and intelligence. We'll go to the next topic, which is Microsoft Stream admin. We have OneDrive admin. Hold on. Okay, so let's try Stream. If I can open it, it was logged for no reason. I have no idea on that. So what we'll see Microsoft Stream, as I told you before, it is the YouTube for your tenant. So it's not publicly accessible. You have organization, they use it for recording, for meetings and everything. So everything, you can do the live event, you have company policy, compliance, there are security and legal things also happen. So you can apply those policies. Data privacy, which is I'm talking about. How do you manage the data, content creation? So itself, it's in state of the art, and I've used it a couple of times and I really like it. Do I have my videos? I may have some available from my past online meetings. Here you go. You can see it. I have a few of them available recorded, and there you go. So you might have noticed on my YouTube channel. Now we go on to the OneDrive admin. So you can manage your OneDrive from here. Usually that is maintained or managed by somebody who's already a SharePoint admin. So they manage OneDrive. So I've not seen somebody just dedicated for OneDrive. So usually it goes with the SharePoint guys. And you want to have some policies whenever you want to sync with your Windows or Mac offline. So there are policies you can define, device access and all that stuff. You have Power Apps. Let me go to the security. And then what else we have here? SharePoint. And then we'll open Teams and Yammer. So let me go to the security. While security is spinning, wait for SharePoint. And then in the same time, also open Microsoft Teams so we can cover all of them. So security and compliance, as I told you before, it is separate admin center. And then you can take some creative tasks against size of the organization. And the licensing you may have, there is a state-of-the-art feature like threat management, records management, DLP, data classification permission. Even you can go mail flow basically. So you do not want to give somebody an access to Exchange admin if they want to do some search against some mail. So this is a security admin can come and do the work. So that's the beauty of these roles in RBAC model, and everybody is specifically designed for that particular role. For example, e-discovery is very known and common, all that stuff. So now we GDPR, for example. Now we have an SharePoint administrator admin. So this will give me what file activities going on throughout my organization. That's one piece of it from the reporting. But again, you can have settings, you have content services. I can even define policies, sharing, access control, active sites, because SharePoint, you have so many sites. What sites are active, what sites are not, many other features, migration, ton of other settings, are available. So you can go and customize the settings and do the way you want it to use. See here, OneDrive I was talking to you. So that's there. You can have some sharing policies, how you want to allow sharing within your tenant. So these are the policies there. Now move on to the Microsoft Team. This thing did not exist 2 years ago. Now Microsoft had been asked and they've delivered this. This is state of the art. You can literally manage your Microsoft Team, and Microsoft Team is for enterprise voice and all that stuff is there. You can bring your phone, your 1-800 number, your direct lines, all that stuff. You can configure your gateways, and you can make some policies, voice, phone. You can see team apps you can control. You can have the meetings, locations, what devices, phone. It's a full telephony thing available for you here in Microsoft Teams. So basically, that's the capability of all these admin center. And especially, as I told you, for Exchange, SharePoint, and Teams itself, and also Power BI and data analytics, you can just develop your career within those services itself. So it depends what's your career path, that's your journey. But again, this admin center, I want it to be more specifically for IT folks looking for career. I hope you like it, and I will see you in my next video. Thanks you and bye. Hello everyone, welcome to I'm Intro Cloud, and today I'm going to talk about this Office 365 Admin Center. I know it's been there, but I just wanted to give you what has changed, and it is something I always wanted to put on my YouTube channel, never get a chance, but today I think we're going to look into that, and it's my production, tenant, so it's not a typical trial tenant. So you will have a better understanding what a production tenant look like. So here, first thing is you can always try a new admin center, which I turn it off, but in this video I'll show you how it looks like. And then we'll go back to the old interface, which is an API basically. You click on and off, and it gives you different interface based off that this API. So if you look at it's pretty much a change environment in terms of look and feel. So when I'm going to go back to the old interface, which I'm used to it. If you look at it, this is the home page, and these are the tiles and everything available. You can always rearrange them. Let's say, for example, usage report and something here. And then you want to add, let me go back and come here. So so this is a dashboard basically, and you from here see you can change it. So if you want to add something new, you can add it. Like admin center, which is right here. If you want to bring it on the main interface, you can always do that. If not, then you cancel here. Or if you want to remove something, for example, if we go here and let's see if we can remove it here or not. Let's say, yeah, so this is gone. If you want to add it, then you come back here and put it back from here. So something, let's say I don't want it, this one, billing, in trials there. So depending what kind of interface you want, every user, or if you have more than one admin, you can have a separate interface. For example, training, I cannot move it.
So it's a mandatory, looks like it. It's there, this one, and setup guidance. So I'm going to keep it and let's just save it and see how it looks like. So what I'm going to go back is again here and see if I can rearrange these here like this. Support. Okay. Okay. So it doesn't allow me to do that. So I'm not sure why. But anyways, we can do this. And we can always put this one here and then save it. So now it looks like this. Now getting into the details. Okay, I can go here to the active users, or I can click this thing here. And then it will give me the list of all the user in my tenant, active user, contact, guest user I have since my production environment, deleted users, and then groups. Basically, you can create your groups here. I have these so many groups in my tenant. Then you have shared mailboxes, for example. So I have not created any shared mailbox, but if I want, for example, I can always create a shared mailbox, and the beauty is that you don't have to have a license. So let's say if I want to create a shared mailbox, contact us or contact techies only, and then I can have myself assign my mailbox access to it. So it means my mailbox has a account, but this particular shared mailbox does not need a license. So basically, I can use that. So it looks like you're kind of a professional or bigger organization where you have these people. So basically, in this shared mailbox, you can have multiple people, sharing this mailbox through the Outlook or even Outlook web app. So this name is not available contact. So basically, we can try sales, for example. Let's see, or we can put it support, better support. Let's see, it should be available. So if somebody sends an email to support, it will be delivered to this mailbox, and you can go and add. So here, let's say if I want, I can add myself here. For example, add non-add. So then, there you go. So what we did just in a few minutes, created this shared account and shared mailbox, and I added it. And send item if you want. These are the details. I want to skip it and keep it for a new video, a different video. So that's and there are like office group also, which we are not talking here. And it's a whole different area where you can create office groups, or usually they are created by Microsoft Team and Yammer and all that stuff. Now look into the resources. So room and equipment mailboxes. Basically, if you have a printer, for example, meeting rooms and all that, you can create those resource mailbox. So basically, if you want to reserve a meeting room, and then predict that meeting room's free busy availability, and then can be updated on the calendar. So basically, you have a company, and then you have, let's say, on one floor, 2 rooms, and then you have office in Chicago. You want to be in Chicago next week, and then there's a room available. You want to book it. So depending, so you can always have these shared or these room resource mailbox created here, and then you can reserve it. So somebody tries to book the room, they will see the free busy availability of that room. Basically, it's a calendaring option. So that thing is doable from here. Same thing applies to the equipment. For example, if you have a company car, or something, any of the resources used by the company, and you can always put that, hey, I'm using this car from 2 to 4 p.m. for some delivery or something like that. So room and equipments are there. And these are the sites, basically. These are SharePoint sites. You can call it your intranet sites. So you can have your all these intranet sites where people can go and document sharing and all that. So that's what it is. And the next thing come here is the billing. And in the billing, basically, you can apply role-based access. So you can give access to your accounting department. And of course, for yourself, where you can go and check what purchases you have. It shows all my option available, and my purchase services. My MVP trial version is there, which I'm using, which is E3. I have some other versions. If I want, I can add more. And here, cancel subscription. Or if I have any trial version, it will show me to extend the subscription. So next, it shows me how many accounts do I have activated. I can create more, which I will. But there are two subscription I have. I have one E3 and one E5. So as you can see, if we go to the licenses, these are the licenses I have available in my subscription. We go to bill and payment. So now take a look in that. It shows me the bill and payment invoices if you look at here. So it's very good for your accounting and billing department. So for me, it doesn't show because I do have a trial version available. And then there are billing profiles. These are tabs you'll have to go and look into that if you want to create those profiles. Billing accounts, basically. Let's see what's there in billing accounts. So basically, these are the details. Each billing account contains a definition about your organization, address, and all that. So I'm going to blur it, but again, that's what you can see here. And payment methods about credit card and billing notification. So you can set your notification to your people will send you billing statement. So an email notification will be sent to you. Let's say here is a billing administrator. It will go to him. Now come to the support if you want to have create some support if you have issues in your tenant or something like that. You can create the support tickets. Try Office 365 assistant, and then it will be a bot, and then a bot can help you, and then you can search the tickets from the previous if you created any tickets. Then you can go to the view service ticket, again, same thing. Customer logbox is more of a security feature as well as a support feature. What it allows is it does not allow Microsoft employee to access your data. So if they need to modify or make changes to your data or something, so they need to have some permission. So that's based on that, because that's more of a legal issue, or maybe into that when Microsoft engineer need to perform their work and they need to access your mailbox, for example, they will ask and seek permission, and this is a whole flow for that for customer logbox. And many large organizations, they use that, because when an engineer request, so by default I think it's 30 minutes, and that request created, and that goes to that particular employee's manager. He thinks it's legitimate, then he approves it. Then from there, it goes to you as an administrator. And when you approve it, it goes back to the same approval process. And then engineer get access to that activity for, let's say, 30 minutes or something, and it can be extended. So it's a whole process which gets audited, and whatever things are done gets audited. So that's there. And look into the services and add-ins. So these are the add-ins available. You can, of course, deploy add-ins in your tenant, something like that. But these are the built-in features and add-ins available, like booking, calendar, Cortana, directory synchronization for your on-premise AD if you want to do it, Microsoft Dynamics, mail. Let's look into that, what you can do, audit reports. Click on that and see audit reports. We can get a mail flow protection, and everything is there. So you can run this auditing as part of Exchange Online, as you can see here, and you can run all these tools. So pretty much we'll have to make a separate video on auditing itself. Just wanted to give an idea what it looks like. Same thing, you can go through each of them, and it's a very detailed. So this high level. Now go to security and privacy, which is very important. So you can set those policies by default. Configuration are different. You can always come and change it. And which I force in my tenant to allow the password to be changed. And then you have privacy profile, customer logbox, as I told you. before it was there. Sharing, I did disable it. Sorry, because I don't want my people in my company to allow external sharing. The privileged access, if you want it, require approval for privileged tasks. So if in my tenant, I'm managing it, as you can see, global admin, but if you have other teams and if they need to do some privileged task, then it will require an approval. So that's disabled, but again, you can try and test it. And if you want to have people to reset on their password, it will take you to Azure Active Directory, and we'll have to follow the process for this. So so there are different business cases, and is really good if you want to give user, because this feature can reduce a lot of IT support call, because it will allow your users to reset their password by enabling this feature. Basically, this is an organization profile, address, and everything, as you can see. A standard release means the release goes to the end user. So in a production environment, you don't want to test anything. So you can standard release, and you can targeted release for some user, and then you can decide which user, or you can select from that group for your target release. So those will be the test from your IT people. So they will get the chance to play with the beta products, for example. There are different release cycles, basically. Now, add custom styles or look and feel of your organization. You can do that. You can change the theme. Customer help desk contact, let's say. This will appear to your user. If they want to reach out for help, you can publish it, so it will be shown to the user as your customized help desk information. And here's the theme for organization. Let's say if you look at here is red. You can choose an image, upload an image. You can make a clickable logo. So for here, and this allow user to not to override. So if you have a company policy, you can enable this, and this will allow user not to override. But here's this turn off. So let's say if I change it to black, if you can see on my screen, it's changing from black to white to blue to whichever color. If I want to use it, see, so this is being changed. I'll keep it like this, and if I save it, so now going forward, we will see it's all purplish. Partner relationship, if you have a partner who's managing your tenant, you can add him here, or if you're a partner, you can set up this thing for your customer. Product and licensing, again, these are all active, different subscription I have, assign licenses and all that stuff. Domains, it tells you how many domains I have here, but you can always add more domain if you wish to. It's very common. Many organizations use multiple domains. Data migration are part of different migration. So you can migrate data. You can upload a PST file, basically. And let's take a look. Right. So it's a PowerShell, and it's a whole process how you want to upload it, PST file. You can ship the drive for Microsoft and upload them. So it's a whole process. Here you can migrate your email from Gmail, which is a pretty IMAP migration of same thing. If you have an email on Outlook.com or Hotmail.com or Yahoo, these has the steps required where you can migrate your email from those to Office 365 tenant and other sources of emails. So they will be pretty much IMAP or POP. So IMAP email, you can migrate them. You can also use these onboarding and migration guidance, which is available. So if you need to have one of these things available or achieve, you can start doing that. Now, migration we looked at here is the reporting, for example, the one we looked at in the beginning for the usage. So that's the reporting. Select a report. You can select individual product report, or it should show you everything here. If you go back, because this thing I want to show you here is this usage report basically. So for some reason I don't see it's working. So let's give it a try. So it's going to pull the report based of these 7 days, 30 days, 90 days, 180 days. It's going to show the email activity on my tenant. As I said, email activity, email app usage, mailbox usage, Microsoft Team device usage, user activity, Office 365 activation. So if you can see with each and everything, you can drop down and select what are the reports and things that are available, and you can use them. So I'll just wait a few seconds. Yeah, so again, there's more into that. For some reason, it's not pulling the data. But now you can also go to security and compliance. If you come to the security and compliance, that has been moved. And for that, you need to click here to the security and compliance dedicated protection.office.com. And it will show you the reports here. It's going to pull the data, and it will show. If you see the look and feel and everything has changed, and right. So that's Security Center basically, and it shows user impersonation, if there are any domain pairs and all that information. And there is supposed to be more services coming, but it looks like some of the services are down. And Microsoft, I believe, Exchange Online or some of that stuff. So that's the reason these are not being shown here. If you go back, or we can come to the health, basically, that I was looking for, service health. So maybe one advisory, Exchange, some services. So now, quick overview on the admin center. If you look at it, there's a separate Exchange admin center, there's a separate team admin center, SharePoint, OneDrive. So for each and everything, you have a separate admin center. What it means is that you can have people dedicated for each and every product. So you can have a one engineer or administrator who's managing just Exchange. So you just give them a role-based access for Exchange, basically. And then you have team SharePoint. So each and every one of them, you can give access to them based on their access. As we go back, so if you come here and see, this is Exchange Admin Center. This is going to be for Microsoft Team. Give it a few minutes. So here you go. As you can see, it's spinning up the dashboard for Microsoft Teams. So it's not active, the one I am using it, but kind of give you an idea what it looks like, and you can set that up. And also, as I said before, you can assign different permissions to the people based on their roles. And then you can have an administrator for each and every services. So that being said, that's I just wanted to cover like Office 365 Admin Center. I hope it was helpful. And if you have any question, do let me know in the comments and suggestion. And I'll be putting more videos about different services within the Office 365, as I said. And here is the new look and feel, as you can see here. So you will have to, get used to it. There are like, if I go to the roles, basically, here are different roles you can assign to the people, because our back model admin roles give user permission to view data. So you want to have somebody, the billing admin. So that role can be assigned to someone if you come here and give that. So that user will only be able to see that. So I'll put more videos around that. So kind of give you a better understanding how these things work. So if you like it, do let me know. And thank you and stay tuned for more videos. Bye. I've been awarded MVP this year for Exchange. And I've been doing activities contributing back to community for many years. Um, I used to run a user group here back in days, and I believe 2013 and 14 for a unified communication group, and I had speakers about a session on SharePoint, Exchange, Link, Sky for Business, and then for some reasons I just discontinued, and then I'm back into the speaking, um, and it's exciting because something I learned new, something new in the technology within Microsoft space, and uh, it's challenging. It's new, so I like it, and I and the way I contribute through the blog and through the speaking session, go to the meetups conference and go and meet there. So last week, did you speak at the conference in the Houston? You did, yeah. So the SharePoint started in Houston, and then I spoke to a couple of user groups in New York City. So you'll see me speaking about anything most of the time on Exchange and Office 365. And the idea is that she talk about group, but there are so many things like groups and teams and all that stuff happening. So when to use what kind of thing? What's the business case? What's the business scenario? Why you want to use the groups? What's the right scenario? Why Microsoft putting so many things? I cannot say why, but it's up to us as a user to make what product make the most sense. What you're gonna use. So group is one of those things. I'll go cover it and get you, because the idea is that when you walk away from this room, you should have a better understanding what group is capable of, how can it get more productivity, what's in it, and what are other products. So kind of give you a sense if you're Office 365 tenant or you're on-prem, you're planning to go Office 365, all that stuff. Move on to the next slide. Yeah, so I didn't spend too much time on working on this slide, so I pulled this slide from Ignite, I believe, Ignite Australia. So I pulled the slides from there, but I'll be presenting the stuff with based on my experience and some of the. I'll be able to show the demo for the groups, but the content in the slide is pretty much from there. And I'll make it available. So that's the concept of modern collaboration in Office 365. But before I go into that, I kind of asked the question to the online audience and the people here. So who is not aware of distribution list? Who is not? If you are not, okay, not aware of the distribution list. Anyone else? Do you know what the distribution list is? Distribution group. Okay, so let me ask you this way. Okay, so what do you run on your on-prem? SharePoint? Your cloud-based SharePoint. So you use Office 365, right? Um, and then so when you send an email to bulk number of people, right? So you have a distribution group, right? Like in address book, you type what the email goes out, like HR, they send email to tens of people. So that's the distribution list. So this is what it started back earlier. And in traditional Linux-based systems, still called mailing list, right? Or people use for marketing, MailChimp or something. One alias goes to 100 people or 200 or 1,000 people. But when you look at a corporate environment organization, it's very different. And it is very different from nature of work to work. For example, if I'm working with a team of 10 developers, if I'm sending them email, again, I don't have to remember all these 10 names. I'll, hey, spdev at mycompany.name.com, and will be blasted out to all those people. So this is in a nutshell, the distribution group is. And but if you look at back in days when they started doing it, it's easy because you can add the members in that group and you can be the administrator of that. So you have multiple options for the administration. That either you can have everyone be part of that self join, or allow them to leave if they need to be, or you want to control that. So there is control. If you're a large big company, you want to have those control. You don't want people to join without knowing you, or you don't want even people from the external. So let's say if you send an email to IT support at Microsoft, so there's no one single person there. It's the group. It's a shared alias. It might be going to a shared mailbox, or it might be going to a distribution like this, and there are maybe 10 service desk people sitting there, and one of them will reply with their name. So that's the concept. That's the business case. Okay, whoever is available, they just reply it. But over the years, since we have fast internet today, I'm talking about these things started early in 2000. They have dial-up modem and cable modem. But today we have high-speed internet. Easily everywhere you go, you get 100 Mbps, 10, 15, whatever megs of data. So you have very enriched experience. You have internet on your cell phone. So speed and connectivity is not an issue today. And there is the idea of digital collaboration. That is there a better way we want to communicate? Okay, I'm sending the distribution list, you're replying it and sending and replying. So the whole thread. And then there is no record which is saved on the server. But so take an example. If you send an email to 10 people, so each 10 of those people are receiving that email as an individual mail. When you're replying that, it may gonna go to the whole group, but there is no way to keep the whole history of that, right? So how if somebody new joins my team, his inbox is not having those email of the distribution list, the one you have from the last 6 months. How do I communicate and collaborate? How you're not gonna export as PST or whatever the way? Is there a better way that I can bring on somebody who has just joined my team to have the discussion what we have been doing for the last 6 months? So that's is one of the business case. That's the need. Okay, how do I make sure? Or somebody goes and somebody replaces them. So there is a gap. So these things, when you look at Office 365, is addressing all those business issues, how it can make people more collaborative, productive. Not only that, it's real-time co-authoring, real-time editing the document and everything. When you spin up one of these new features in Office 365, you can leverage that. So I'll try to cover, like depending. As I said, I'll show you the demo for that, how to set up the groups, how does it work to give you the real feel what a group is. And if you want to go more technical, we can go to touch some area of the administration. And of course, the overview is pretty much just will be the part of that. So, so this is what Microsoft says the number of increase marketing slide that number of remote work is growing every year. So it's pretty much places I have been working with in the last few years. People work from anywhere, even in US, right? One from Atlanta, New Jersey. Your team doesn't have to be physically located. It's a different team. So again, if I'm working on something and I want to share a document, what I do is that I attach, and they work on their computer. They make the changes and send you back. Then you make the changes, sends back and forth. 10 people working, so you end up doing 10 different documents, right? How do you keep track of that up? Also, if you have SharePoint, versioning and all that stuff, and then there's team sites and all that. So, sorry, and still to address those issues where you have globally dispersed multiple teams, people of group, you want to give them experience which is real time. Many people can work on the same document. You don't have to go to the IT. Basically, that's what it addresses, and it should be self-sufficient when a user goes and should be able to do themselves. So there are challenges because when you're letting the user do that, but that's another area of administration side. But from the end user point of view, they don't have to go to the IT. They can go and just create the group, and with a few minutes, it's up and running, and people can start working on that, which I will show you. Right. So as I mentioned in the previous slide is people work in different groups, silos and Alps. They are not integrated, and this is where the challenge is that today there are some third-party tools or other than Microsoft products available where allows you to do a chat-based experience where you can go and work. So if you look at Office 365, they are doing a good job to getting on speed and bringing those features. And Group is one of them because it's kind of, I don't want to go detailed, but Group with Teams and Yammer. Uh, but you will find Group as the fabric, as the foundation layer of all the services. That's why Group is very important. Because if you set up a team site for collaboration, it's a spin of a group in the backend. When you have Yammer, they started lately announced they support groups with some limitations in group itself. So if you look at um, the foundation of all the collaboration within Microsoft is groups, and groups are important. So and the way the Office 365 is going to change, like my core expertise in Exchange, right? But I still have to do. If I'm on Office 365, then I still gotta know how the team sets are set up in SharePoint, OneDrive, and all that stuff. So I'm not doing what I used to do it. So with Exchange people, right? So it's there, but you may need to check with your Exchange Online person in Office. Hey, I set up the group, and there goes into the administration part that they you want to see the properties of the group with PowerShell and all that stuff. Pretty much, groups do a good job with basic level of administration in online GUI environment. But if you want to go to the next level, then PowerShell gives you the every details of that. So with that said, let me run the demo here. Alrighty. You see my screen for the demo browser or no? Okay. So yeah, let me do. Yes, not allowing me to do the. Okay, let's see. Yep. So what I'm gonna do, sign up with my tenant. Okay. All right. So that's weird. Give me a second. So many tons of password I have to remember. So I'm logged on to one of my email account in a tenant, and I'll open one more. Give me a second, and I'll show you side by side. So on the GoToMeeting, you're only seeing the Chrome one, right? Yeah. So let me just sign up in this, and I'll share both. I should be able to allow my share whole screen. I don't know why. Yeah. See if you're able to see both. Yeah, good. And then so here on each browser, I have signed up with two different users, and then I'll set up a new group, and then I'll show you what it comes by default. I already set up existing, but for the sake of demo, I'll set up a new group. It's simple, easy. So imagine group is turned on by default in your tenant, and this is how easy it is. You can go and turn it on, but it's a pain for the administrator. So there are some ways you can control it, but that's a different talk. And I'll give you some tip how to control that. But uh, so if you look at the team collaboration I have here, yeah, internet is a bit slow, I guess. So let's wait for this to pop up. So yeah, it should be showing here. Yeah, it's taking time on the Chrome. I don't know why. So if you look on this browser, I already have created a team collaboration group. So I'll show you in a bit how to create it, just simple. But as soon as it is created, you're gonna see conversation, calendar, files, notebook, connectors, and some more stuff. So basically, what you see here in the conversation is your chat space. So what do I mean by that? Assume this is your conversation of distribution list. So either I type here something new as a conversation, or I can send an email to the distribution group and it will appear here. So let's see, um, NJ SharePoint user group meeting. Test. And it will appear right here. You see it? And if I go here, you see the new activity as soon as the new message arrived. So the idea behind is that um, I'm having three members, right? So if I add another member, which I'll have to create, so as soon as I join that member as part of team, he will or she will also be able to see the whole conversation history. It does not happen in distribution group today. So if you've been working on a project and you have a one team collaboration group for uh, let's say SharePoint framework, maybe one group for front end designing, maybe a group for um, maybe Exchange. So you have different teams and people come and go. Your chat history is here. That's one part of that. Same, it works with the calendar. You have a shared calendar. So yeah, go ahead.
There's a question. Can we set permissions to users while you're adding them? See that?
What kind of permissions? So here are the basic permission. So when you join them, you can either make a member or non-member. So member has the permission. So there are two membership permission. So if them make the owner, so this owner and the member, if you make them the owner, then they have the right the way you have it. So you know what people are going to join your team. It's like a distribution group. So they will be able to administer the group. Otherwise, they will be same as a regular member. Now the next question would be, if I'm the owner of the group, right? So can I invite people from outside my company or within the company? Right. So yes. So groups allows you to allow people even from the Gmail. So
people from externally can participate. Let's say if you're a Microsoft consulting provider or you're a manufacturing company who are dealing with different vendors, the beauty is that the way I look at it, one is I own the data. So if somebody's Gmail, I'll tell them, hey, can you send me your purchase order or receipt or whatever to this? It goes to inbox. So this way, I keep everything there. If they have any question, I will invite them, and they will be able to participate in that. So external sharing is allowed.
So if we forget about the external sharing, right? We just talk about the management level. So we used to have a common mailbox, right? We can have a common mailbox in which all the emails goes. So how different is this?
Right. So the question is, today we have a common mailbox in an organization, and what these groups bring a value add comparing to your existing common mailbox, which could be your shared mailbox.
Yeah.
Right? In shared mailbox, some point you're saying you get the conversation, right? In the shared mailbox, you might get a shared calendar, right? What about the files? So let me show you the file stuff here. And this is the beauty about the collaboration piece. So these first two tabs are Exchange in the backend. Your conversation and your calendar. It is front end, but it's pulling the data from Exchange. So your mail, I'll show you the group mailbox, how it looks like in Exchange. So these are when we talk about the files, this is your SharePoint. So your SharePoint site has been spun up in the backend, and this is your SharePoint document which I uploaded, right? So this is, you don't get in your share, right? It will appear as attachment. But here what I'm gonna do is edit. Okay, so I'll edit in the browser. That's the one thing you don't get in a shared mailbox if you're working in a traditional email environment. Yeah, internet is a bit slow, but we'll get there. Come on, it reminds me of dial-up. Taking forever. Right, so, and I'll also do the editing here. So something I'm showing you here, you can still this in SharePoint, even on-prem and online. The thing what I'm going to show is the co-authoring, the real time, which you can still be possibly doing in SharePoint Online. But on-prem, you can't do that. You need to have Office Online Server and all that additional IT software, hardware, and a whole 9 years, So you need to build the environment. So what I'm going to do, see, do you see here? Yeah, as soon as I move back and forth, okay. So what here is showing me the Sammy is the user, which is on this browser, which is the Chrome. In Chrome, I'm logged in as this user. So it should be showing back and forth that who is editing the document. So I'll edit the document and you should be seeing it. So let me just do that. Okay. So you just noticed there is a delay because of internet, but if you see my name Adnan is also editing the same document. And you see where my cursor is. So exactly tell you, because this is something not new. I mean, I've seen it in Google Docs before, but Microsoft has been making these changes. If you go online and report to those features, you need it, and they are very fast and good doing that. So if you look at, it's showing Adnan is also editing this document, and here it shows me that Sammy is also working on the same document. So we both can work at the same time. So I showed you from here. So let's say if you just want to change, and here on the left side, you'll see, you will notice when as soon as I bring my cursor here, and I start editing, on the left side you see what exactly, which line or which particular word I'm working on. And if I do it, you can see it's a real time, right? Isn't it fantastic?
Another follow up to that permissions. He was looking for more deliberate permissions. It looks like everybody's granted edit by default, like member, right? Is there other to restrict
View only.
view only?
Yeah.
Or there's view only?
Yeah, I believe there is view only. Yeah, I'll check on the permission. You can view only, but yeah, but I'll look it up.
So if I had the same document open on SharePoint in another browser, I can see the same things happening.
Same document, you say? In SharePoint, yeah. Even in SharePoint Online, you can do that. Yeah, you can have multiple people working on the same thing on the SharePoint Online, and let's say for some reason I say, like, I want to have a real-time chat. So is the chat going on, and hey, so oh, yeah. So if I come here, it's a real-time chat within the Word document. So imagine on-prem, there a way you can do it with Skype for Business, Office Online Server. You need a whole team. You need people. You need an army to manage that and downtime and all that. 365 is there, right in there. So as a user, I'll show you how to set it up. It's just one click, and then we'll take that question: what permission do we get? Uh, we'll see what permission we have at the view only, I believe. So let's jump back, go to the mail, and here I'm logged in as Adnan. I'll just reduce. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, groups, it should allow me to create a group here. Give me a second, because it's not rendering the whole page. And the same thing you can do through your Outlook, like Microsoft Outlook desktop application on your computer. It doesn't have to be a browser. We can go, and I'll spin up my virtual machine, and we'll do it in a few minutes later. Let me just pop it up. Yes, not rendering the whole page. You see these? Yeah, okay. So if I want to see what are other groups available, since this is the only group I have, so I'll create one, then we'll be able to see it. If not, then go back, uh, and I'll create a group. Let's say I can create the group from here. I can create from here. It's the same thing. Yeah, it should have popped up, but let's do it because internet is slow and giving me tough time to try from this browser. Just wait. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Okay, took forever. So I'll put the name NJSPUG. So it will look it up in the real time. If the name is not taken, it will say it's available. ID, so this is the ID, which will be your email alias. If you look at this is the email alias. So if I want to send an email and I'm part of that group, if I'm commuting on the road and I just open my Outlook or my iOS app for email, whatever, as long as part of the tenant and organization, I can just send an email as is, which I'll show you, and it will pop up in that conversation. So this is the test group. You see, so I make it public and private. What does it mean? If I make it public, anyone within my organization will be able to see it and join it. If I make it private within my organization, it is just private for my team. So I can create two types of group, private and public. So if I want to keep it for everyone in my organization, for general conversation or event going on, whatever, a campaign, I'll put a public group if I'm ready.
They ask if you join.
There are two ways, which I would not recommend to blast the whole thing. If you're working with a close team, you can go individually add the member. But if you have a general group, because in other way, even if I don't want to create a group where I have 1,000 people or something, otherwise you lose the track how thousands of people are writing. So you always know what your requirement is, and then you can add the people. And when you add those individual members, it will send the invite.
No, my question was that if somebody searches that group and if he's interested in joining,
Yeah, they can join it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So if it's a public group, they will join it. If it's a private, we'll see. Then it needs an approval. So it's a invitation only. That's the difference. For public group, yeah, they can see it. This is the option I showed for the discover. So if they discover it, they want to join it, they can add an. I can create the public group from this user, which is Sammy, and then Adnan will join it. So we'll demonstrate that. Go as a public. So if you look at send copies, I would not recommend doing that. Send copies. What you're gonna end up doing, every conversation as an email in your inbox. So 5 user working on that, your inbox will have tons of email. You'll say, oh, this is spam. Why the hell? I don't need that, right? So you don't want to select this option. This is a tip. So what's going to happen? You know that how many groups are you part of? You go individually and look at the conversation. Unless you like to have this many emails. So it's your decision to be made when you're creating a group. But you can always subscribe and unsubscribe if you want to. If this happens to be there another way, a user can always unsubscribe it. You cannot just force it. So I'll leave as is, and I'll create it. So when I create it, it's spinning up Exchange mailbox, a calendar, and spinning up SharePoint sites. Yep.
you had the public and private. How do you get it towards Gmail?
I'll show you that. You invite, and you have to allow external user. We'll see that. Yep, that's a good question. So here you go, add member. So it's up to me. So what I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna add member here. And as you ask a question, and what if a user sees that, and if he wants or she wants to join the group? So what I'm gonna do, not now, and I'll come here while it's spinning up. We'll just give a few seconds. You have any more question online? Okay.
I'm actually trying to get a picture.
Okay. So if you look at in this window, a new group has been set up. Start the conversation. So it's like you just set it up, but on the left side, so what I'm gonna do, I'll just discover it to see if there are any new groups created. Right. So you see right here, a new office group is created called NJ SharePoint user group. Right. I'm gonna click, and then join here, right? So I'll go and I'll join it. Because why I'm looking at it, because on the left side of the screen, I'm the tenant admin. So that's the reason I just was able to see it. But the whole conversation and all that, because if it's a normal user, I'll have to join it. So since I've joined it, hold on. Okay, so let me refresh that. internet. So it's changed the members, right, from 1 to 2, because since I just joined it. And then the question was, so if I want to subscribe, I showed you the option, right? If I want every email to be coming to my inbox, I can still have this option, subscribe to the group. So if I do that and everything comes here, well, let's see. So this is your full email address. It could be your companyname.com. You can map that, but for the sake of demo, I'll just leave as is. This is test conversation or fun. So we'll wait here, and then come on. It should show some new activity, which I'm waiting on. So I'm supposed to see messages appear here, but this is the conversation. What I'm showing you here, my inbox. I'll go to the inbox. See, so I'm getting the conversation history, but on my inbox email is appearing. End of the day, you end up doing 30 emails, which you say, hey, I don't like it. So what I want to do is that I want to leave the group. Oh, sorry, the unsubscribe. By doing that, I won't be getting those emails in my inbox. Now, okay, so go to that question about membership. So for that thing, edit and read only, I have to check back because it can be only owner or the member. So I don't see any control where I can give them the read only, but I can still be able to do that through using SharePoint. I will go there and do that. But I don't see, it's a good question. Yeah, if there is a business case, if there's a need, but then I would ask, why would I add those people to, there has to be a business case. Okay, why would you want to do that?
Usually, everybody should have access to the mailbox, but they should not have access to other documents.
Yeah, so you're updating the documents. It's just not pulling the document. If you look at here, this is empty, right? So I know what documents I'm updating it and what people I'm inviting it. So they are supposed to have access because they're part of my group, part of my team. So you're saying, okay, 2 of the people in my team should be able to edit and 2 should not be? Yeah, if there's a legitimate business case, yeah, then today I think you can do with going to the SharePoint site and edit, make the permissions from there. So they will not have that. But again, I'll share Microsoft Voice feedback, and they monitor aggressively, believe me. And if there is so many vote, they will introduce that feature because I know the people they work and they monitor those threads for Microsoft Team and Group very closely. If there's a demand for such feature, you will have it happening. And I'll share. You can just search Microsoft Voice, or I'll send an email to you. Uh, uh, I don't see. I mean, in the
You can try uploading.
let's see. Okay, so OneDrive. Let's see. Do yeah, yeah. I don't know which document. So let's see. Let's see. Speaking. Maybe you're right. Let's see if this give me the permission on that. I don't see. I'm browsing the library on a SharePoint, but here I'm able to see view the document.
Can you go back to the SharePoint site where you browse? I'm curious which site will create a site collection on the fly. I mean, where would which library would it end up with?
Yeah, okay, hold on. So this is where you have your,
What's the URL saying?
yeah, it's a domain.sharepoint.com/sites and then the group name in the share documents.
Also, it makes a site collection for the group.
Yeah. Every time you spin up 3 contents of or in the SharePoint in there. So there are pros and cons. I don't know what's your curiosity, but yes, absolutely. So same thing. I don't want to have a million group mailbox in Exchange. You get my point. So there is a way you can control that. That only certain people you would give them access. So that's the administration thing, right? How do I control that?
All right, here's what they're saying on the user voice, right? So group level view only. They're saying right now you can't do that except through SharePoint.
Yeah, this the same thing I told you, right? You can still have the full control through the SharePoint, but as Tom confirmed, they don't have this capability. And you still, if you want to have it, go to the user voice. Tom will share this session, and then and it's the business case because if the people need it, then of course it's just an option, right? Why I need to go to the SharePoint and do there should be an option. Hey, I want to read only or whatever, if it's a business case, there should be. So going back to your thing, so there is a way. I'll show you an article, and there's a way to control that. So imagine I've seen an environment where 100,000 seats, let's say, and if everyone sees their create, next morning I'll end up having not 100,000 mailboxes site collection, maybe 20,000, right? I don't want to do that like huge list and manage, and it will be a nightmare. So yes, there is a control, but it should have been much better way Microsoft should have. But that's the reason there's a user voices and people go and comment. Even I myself, hey, there has to be more better control, compliance, and governance, and administration, and all that stuff. So now going back, we looked at the files and different files. I'm not going to go details. Pretty much everything. Word uploaded. A notebook is just like a OneNote. It's the same pretty much. You work real time. I'll skip that. Connectors are good. There are a list of tons of connector. So I'm not a CRM and HR or marketing, so I really don't know all these except the Twitter. So what I do, I'll go and if I want to keep track of the hashtag in Office 365, I'm gonna log in and edit from here. I'm not doing it because I have a mailbox which is bombarded like with, I think every day is 300 to 500 emails. So what I get anything I made the immediate updates, not every day or weekend. So whenever there is a hashtag and every few minutes, it's scan it and send the email. But there are different ways how often you need it. You configure it, put your Twitter account, and start bringing all those. But there are like number of third-party tools like Yammer is Microsoft, but again, tons of you can have your own customized connector if you have your own development firm and you want to keep that. You go through the process of your app and do the like, but there are tons of like project management and then kind of helpful depending on the business case, maybe a marketing or something that they want to keep track of that. So you say, hey, the group, 5 people working instead of 5 people monitoring that Twitter thread. Create a group, have that hashtag in Twitter, have them this everything in the group, and they follow from there. Planner and site. Yes, I'll show you. Yeah, absolutely. Go to the All right, so I hope it does work this way, else I have to go and make some. So I'm going to do default thing. If not, then I have to enable external sharing. So let's say that goes this way. Okay. So far so good, right? So it said I'm gonna add external user, it needs an approval. So the approver is on my right side because this guy on the right side of me here, he created that group, not the one when I'm adding it. So I'm still the member, which is good for the sake of demonstration. And then, all right, so I got an email. Look, okay, so Adnan on my left side has requested that to this email to be added, right? Let's click on that and approve it. Okay. Hey, yeah, make sure your list remains small, right? You don't want to have end up doing tons of user, right? And then approve it. So what I'm gonna go now to my Gmail account and see what happens. Am I really getting my access from there or not? Okay. Yes. External sharing. Uh, no, you have to be disabled tenant wide. Yeah, yeah, but even I approved it. If I reject it, then he will not be able to get that access on that particular group. You get my point? So you are the owner of the group, and I have 5 members. They are not the owner, and one of them says, "Hey, this I'm sending you approve my request," so you can immediately reject it at the spot. But those who are the members, they can still add it. So that's you have to figure it out. That so that's the thing goes back. Why would you be in a situation you want to have everyone to allow and create groups? You don't want to end up next morning 10,000 groups, right? So you want to have some control that, hey, I have 5 IT admin. They will create the group for you. Then you have a proper change management system also. Here, the gap is there is no change management system, right? Everyone creates a group. It's like creating a mailbox in the exchange, creating a SharePoint site collection. Usually in an environment, we have to change a request ticket, approve it, we have a proper procedure, which misses. There is a big gap, right? So that's the thing. This needs to that's the thing. The feedback needs to be go back to the Microsoft, go to the user voice. They just launched. So for many of the people, this just awesome. Where they don't have compliance issue and IT management and control. It works awesome. And I'll say, okay, yes, just work perfect. Things changes when the corporate have some legals or compliance or policies. I don't know. Today I had 500 user, next morning 700 mailbox. How come 200 mailbox is gone up in Office 365? So, yeah, that's a challenge. So this challenge needs to be addressed. As I said, there's one little tip they have. I'll share with you. But if you think there has to be some more better way, yeah, bring it on. You know, it will be forwarded to even in this particular exchange stuff related. I can forward it to the product team itself. Hey, you know, this is what people don't like about it. So they will listen, they will come because I'll tell you one more thing which made me unhappy and most of us folks, and I want to know your feedback on that. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Let me. Yeah, you don't need that. It's an external email. I will. Yeah. So we'll see how it's gonna work, right? So as an Gmail account, I'm not supposed to need a license for that, right? That's your question. So all the crap I have here. Okay. This is not a routable domain outside. So, but let me show you. I have some emails from previous. Um, Hold on, let me sign up with my account because that you see exchange itpro dot on microsoft.com. So that could be a reason email are not going out. it's not properly configured with the DNS and IP and all that stuff. So let me try another email account just to. I hope it's there. I set it up in my previous demo. Yeah, those tweets I'm getting, I told you, remember? How many tweets I'm getting here? I created a connector, configured this email account because it's an external account. And they are coming from this domain name, OneDrive for Business. I own that. So I created one tenant. Let me switch back and let me, because I hope I have access to this subscription. So what I did that, I added this email ID, my Adnan Rafiq Gmail, to a different tenant here, and I created the connector. So in that connector for the Twitter, it's not only going to my tenant, also coming to my Gmail account. So if I need to go back and log in, which let me try.
The owner of the group can configure the connectors or anybody? Because I mean, you are going to sign in.
We'll look at it now. I have not tried that as a member, right? So if I'm a member here, so I'm a member here, right? So that's a good question. Here you go. Yep. So member can create the connector. So again, there has to be a business case for that. So for many of the organizations, so so you're saying it has to be limited or not, but because when you add a user members to a group, basically you're giving the way their Microsoft approach is giving them the access because they turn it by default and have them use all of them. But yeah, if there are any uh, compliance and those kind of issues, I'm not sure how you can block. Uh, but if you think, then what could be the business case then?
Yeah, let's say I have created a group and I'm using my credentials to log into the Twitter account.
Okay, you don't want that to be coming into your corporate environment. Those Twitter accounts can be a personal account,
Yeah.
right? We are recording this, right? So yeah, that's an interesting thing. That I don't want people to misuse it. That makes sense. Yep, that's good. That's a good takeaway.
So is the some place the admin can monitor all the group? Let's say how many groups they have,
Yes.
who belong to the group.
Yeah, that absolutely. Natively, I don't know the GUI, but I can even get you the command line in PowerShell get dash unified groups. Everything will be there, and who are the members and quotas and all these things. Also,
Another question online. Are the group files available in the Office Graph?
API kind of thing they're talking about.
I think
Yeah, so if you use Office Graph API, so the group is the foundation. So Office Graph, so whatever you do in across Office 365, use the Graph API. You can put the data, write your customization API. Yeah, so you can track that definitely with that. It supports. I mean, uh, the, that's the intelligence behind Office 365, the Graph API, machine learning and all that. Yes, so if they know it, they should be able to do it. So yeah, um,
So this business case is I have a file that I want to share with an external person.
okay.
It's going to come in with a Gmail account. From the SharePoint perspective, this is something I'm working on right now. I give an account, external MSN account or Hotmail account, and that person will get to collaborate with the internal people, but there is a lock after 7 days. In other words, that person who's been allowed cannot come after 7 days. That administrator gets to refresh. Is there something like that here?
Okay, so I'm repeating for the online audience. The question is with respect to SharePoint Online that user is able to give access to external user, MSN Live ID or any other, and they can collaborate. But what happens after 7 days, it gets locked them out. And the question is it a by default limit or is it something else? And why it gets logged him out every 7 days?
That's the same case in this scenario.
I have not noticed that, to be honest. There, on top of my head, I saw some settings in OneDrive for Business. You can allow access for certain time. So you may want to look at that. It's maybe there in your tenant. I believe it's time-based, something which I came across when I was exploring for OneDrive for Business. So you wanna, or sometime there are something called URL get expired. Maybe this is one thing. Yes, so you don't want to do that. Yeah, okay, I get it. So there's something called URL expire. So expire this URL after 2 days or 7 days. So you turn that off and make it permanent. So it's security also because you don't want the URL to be available for public. Anyone can access this. You can also allow the permission. If that user forward your email to somebody else, they should not be able to allow and authenticate based on the email. So there's a SharePoint Online admin. If you go in there, you can play around with that.
Correct.
So sort of, I don't know. I did not play with the site collection and all that here, but yeah, uh, if you want to try that way, set up your group, go to site collection or SharePoint and see what you can fill it on it. And I'm sure it will work the same way because backend is the SharePoint Online. And
Yeah, what's nice here is whatever example is showing is you give access to a Gmail account. In that case, I was restricted to only Hotmail and MS, the
live account. Yeah, I had this discussion with also in SharePoint Saturdays, people were having access. So one of the guy who brought that up, they're still on the SharePoint. You're right, you cannot give a Gmail, but here I'm able to have because this is Microsoft Office groups.
But then you also have a file.
Yeah, but it's so the way I look at it, if you're giving the access from SharePoint, so in that SharePoint site collection whatsoever, there is no component of Exchange in the backend. Okay. When I'm doing here in the backend from Exchange point of view, I'm giving the access to that mailbox to the external ID. So Office Group and SharePoint. Office Group has SharePoint. SharePoint site collection does not have Office Group. You know what I mean?
Isn't it part of Office 365?
No, but the way it looks in the backend, right? If you manage your on-prem SharePoint, let's say, if you used to manage, and if I manage on-prem, Exchange server is different and SharePoint is different. What they did in online, the way I look at it, the way I'm assuming it, my assumption is I create an Office group and I get SharePoint site collection and all that stuff. But when I create a typical traditional site in SharePoint, I'm not getting the email part of it. So the way the things are working in the backend are different. And that's the reason I'm able to give access to somebody on Gmail versus the case in SharePoint. You're not, but I think maybe it's on the roadmap or whatever.
No, just looking at your scenario, you just have a setup.
Right.
You made a group. And in that group, you gave a Gmail.
Right.
And when you go back to your dashboard over there,
Mhm.
if you go to files, you still have that file that I want to share with the Gmail.
Mhm.
And that file is coming from SharePoint.
Yes, it is.
So you just gave Gmail to get into your SharePoint for that document.
Yeah, I don't know the details, but the way the groups are designed or the things are glued together, in my personal opinion, I will tie it back to the Exchange versus the SharePoint team side, or I can bring that question to the guy. I think
from my business,
it makes sense.
Now, I think I can deliver the solution.
Yeah, it will make sense. And then the only challenge you have, you need to understand the same thing. How you want to control the growth of the group. You assign some certain people. So you don't want to end up having 10,000 or 5,000 groups. Yeah. So here is that. So let me open. I hope I have this tenant available. If there, then I'll show you this share Google thing. Um, mm, hmm. And let's see. I have the groups and everything there. Ooh, yeah. I did some tenant to tenant migration stuff. Groups. Let's go back. Right. Okay, so let me go back and to this Gmail account, and it says comes from make sure. Okay, this account sales. Let me just sign out.
So I think I was just that link that we provide access to somebody of, let's say, Gmail. When the person clicks on the link, we got to Office 365 page where he will have to create an
I will see it right here because I did access from my Gmail account, so we'll verify that. That's the thing. I'm gonna click from there and come back that link and make sure. Um, all right, so let me go back. Assign a license here. Uh,
Yeah, I just found another article, right? So recently, to go back to the SharePoint and group file. So yes, when you share, everybody gets access to everything. And to turn it off, you have to go into SharePoint, turn off external sharing. Everybody they can do that.
Yep.
Even if the SharePoint external settings are turned off, files from SharePoint sites can still be shared with UDS based on SharePoint sites. It's kind of confusing, like if they don't, if to read it a few times. It really can't.
So I'm gonna assign the license. I believe. Hope things are there are not deleted. It's less than 30 days. So sales. Right, we're gonna sign in as sales. I hope, given the license, or it will take some time because I just gave the license. So what you're saying that even they go with Google account, they will have to create a live ID.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Services assigned. Setting up. So it's setting up the mailbox. So pretty much for the group itself, you get the same experience in Outlook. So if you're concerned about desktop app, you get Outlook. You can create the group from there. You can add the membership and permission. So I just
Yeah. Like,
yeah. So I just don't want to go there because supported for I think Outlook for Mac also they just announced it, and it works both Windows and um. So I still gotta cover two things. I'll show you for so the administration part is how you want to control, right? So the way you can control the growth of the group is through introduction of security groups, and you add the members, and then only those members will be able to create the groups. So there's an article published. So you go in Azure, Microsoft Azure, not on 365, and then Microsoft Azure, you will end up doing a security group, and from there you can manage. So this is the only way you can control that. So there's an article, and I'll post on the meetup site or something if something you want to test or see it. So go ahead. What's the question?
So the SharePoint site that you get with your group, so one of the questions online is that are there any limitations with that? Is it a regular site or is it just kind of like
you said it's a team site.
it's a full team site? Can you do the same things? And like I didn't see it because I was reading and is there any limitations with team site web fonts?
Okay, the question is when a office group is created and a team site collection has been set up on SharePoint, is there any limitation in terms of web parts and all that? Or is a full blown SharePoint site, or is just a limited version of that? I'll just show you because I'm not good at SharePoint, to be honest. So in SharePoint is a basic site, what I believe.
I believe it's the modern team site.
Yeah, it's modern, but
Yeah, this is what you see.
can you create agent? Yeah, you can create the agent.
You are the expert on the SharePoint. You tell
Yeah,
me.
looks like you can set up new pages and stuff.
Yeah, so you go new.
Team site, yeah.
Yeah, so you go home.
You cannot do a custom message.
Yeah, no, you can't. So what options do you get here?
Here, these are the options. This is the home page.
No, go into that tier.
Here at the top.
Yeah, the site settings here.
Yeah.
Add a page, add an app.
Yeah, so you don't actually get to the back end.
So it's a limited version. What you're saying? Okay.
It's just basically whatever you can do.
That's the purpose, right? I want to have a light thing. I don't want to have full blown SharePoint in group because that's defeats the purpose. That the purpose here is to document collaboration and co-authorization, and that's the basic need, right? We don't want to have full blown SharePoint. So, in my opinion, okay, yeah, my concern is more of a controlling and administration. And there's an article I'll share. I'll send it to Tom. Put on the meetup or something. It tells you how you can control by assigning a security group and add members, and only those people will be able to. I don't have time much. I figure I get time. I'll show you in the Azure, but I'll show you. I think I was supposed to show you two things. To get the list of all the groups, and what was that? One more thing I just don't recall. So let me just go in there. I hope I have restored everything. So while it is there, what I'm gonna do launch my VM, and then uh, yeah, it's not bringing up my mailbox. So let me go and see my OneDrive for business. If I have access to some of it.
Have you come across scenario where in an organization we have hybrid scenario, right? That can go on you have the people of that group meet and expand.
That's a good question because from the licensing, I can confirm, but if you have group supports hybrid, so if you have on-prem and online, and you can add on-prem user, I would not think you would have to have a license for that. It would not make sense. But I can come back and confirm if really just look it up because I don't believe so. You need a license for that. They already have the license for on-prem environment, so why would you want to pay more, right? So the team side is not supported on-prem. Very limited feature. Very limited.
Yeah, I don't think you are on.
Very limited. Like their like file collaboration co-authorization, you will end up with those limitations, but you can still email back and forth. So there is supported, but not everything. Otherwise, why will people go and sign up for the subscription for that? You know what I mean? So like Microsoft Team, they say they will support, but not everything. Only email part of that. So there are also pros and cons. Something appear there, something not. So while it's spinning up, let me show you one more thing here. So I showed you that conversation. I'm trying to figure out. Uh, so the reason group here. So conversation here. So this is the email address, right? I'll copy it and I can just go to that and shoot. Well, imagine I'm on the road and I have to communicate with the group. You can have office group on your phone, but I just don't feel like I know the email address and I want to shoot an email to the group. So I'll go and I'll just. Oh, so what I'm gonna do here. If
Yeah, I see it for the model too, but cool.
Well, yeah, it seems like well, if you go through the group, you follow the modern stuff. So you're limited. Just modern now. You know,
Well, I think the one of the things because I didn't see it in a team time, really. You didn't have to. You didn't do any branding, any no branding. Yeah, it's difficult for company.
Yeah, because customization is a challenge, right? So there's where you have the hybrid, right? So
no, you can brand the ribbon bar.
Well, even that, I don't know. There's no master. You can change it.
Well, you can change the ribbon. That's a pennant.
Oh, okay.
so what I'm going to do now is just put in a regular email, put the full email address of the group, sending email directly to the group. This is a test. You see here, new activity. Here you go. So send an email, it appears in the conversation. So from the
Can you go back to the five for a second? Is that a five in here? Is that good? Okay. Do me a favor. Go to the waffle and go to Dell.
say go to where?
The waffle sign. Yeah. Dell. You have Dell?
No. Okay, so you want to work on analytic stuff and all that?
No, I'm wondering whether you're in that group, so you should see the same file in the
Mm.
You're working on the same file.
Hold on, let me see if I see it here or not. Yeah, if I go to the file here, I don't even see it.
No, on the left.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know why they.
Well, or you can click your name, follow me from there. You can go to Dell. Yeah.
Okay, why don't you see here? I get it because this particular ID. No, it has the license. Yeah, I don't know why it does not appear there, but yeah.
See, you have.
In the Delve. Okay, probably here. Here you go. This one. This was the Word file. I just worked on that. I don't see the Excel sheet, but this is the Word file. When I started my presentation with editing the document, this is the file. Weird. No, maybe yes, because you look at this, the delay when I was editing documents, the internet connection. But if you want to try it home, it's. I never had this problem. My internet is really slow because I just can't. The page does not render. But yeah, if it's showing the Word document, it should be showing the Excel sheet. Absolutely. Let's see if the machine is up.
Do you have any calendar examples to show? Like if there is a shared calendar?
Sure. Give me a second. I'll probably show here. Hope it works this way. But so here is your calendar. So if you want to set up a new calendar invite, new calendar event. Say it again. Yeah, I'm creating one. All right. So if you want to add, I can add the people from here, and it shows me their free busy of the user. So if you want to set up a meeting, let's say the next hour, you will get to know right on the spot that person is available or not. So the real time free busy, or you can use the, I think, scheduling assistant also. So I see, okay, these users are available. I just send them. You want to have, typical, or you can use the scheduling assistant as I was mentioning here. And you say, okay, and it should be out. And should appear here. You see, test calendar invite. See, this is very slow, so accept it, send it, whatever. Let me go back. Battery is running low, so give me a second.
And we only have 5 minutes. Maybe wait for people at it online.
5 minutes.
5 minutes delayed, and then well, not really. There is.
Oh, okay. So what was your question?
I basically, once you have the event on the Outlook setup, I want to see if I can get it in my SharePoint site, just like the one
The Outlook calendar
calendar event.
on SharePoint.
On SharePoint, there's a calendar. So
Right. So it
you
won't.
sync it up.
No, you're gonna have the group calendar separate, not with the SharePoint. It's gotta be in the group.
My question is, now you made an Outlook calendar with events for the group. Right?
Okay.
So I go into Outlook,
Right.
and from there I can drive into SharePoint site where you have the connection set up, right? With the file and all that.
Yes, you can see the group calendar. But you will not see the file, because for the file, when you click on that, it will take you to the browser. But you will be able to see that calendar in Outlook. So let me show.
No, I'm curious. I know what you're saying, but I'm curious to see if this calendar can be brought into the SharePoint site. Because SharePoint has calendar.
Yeah, but the group's calendar is different than the SharePoint, right? So what you're saying? So you want to bring that calendar into the SharePoint, or you're saying the group calendar into the SharePoint?
The group calendar. So in the previous on-prem versions, right, you can sync up your SharePoint calendar with the Outlook calendar.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if all these Office 365 Connect have the capability of having an Outlook calendar speak to the SharePoint calendar and sync up. You see where I'm coming from?
So the Outlook calendar is your personal calendar or the shared calendar?
Share.
So I can only speak to the group calendar, which I can show you. It appears in my group on the web page, which is the tabs. Same calendar you can see
Oh,
on the
you can
Outlook.
see it? Okay,
Yeah, that's what I am going to show you. Yeah, absolutely. So you don't have to go for the meeting there and do some stuff. No, if you want to do Outlook, everything, you just do it Outlook. And then you have the calendar, groups, and everything. You can manage the groups and everything from here. Yeah, I could have. Let's just do it. So, online user, do they have any question, or so what we can do if they want to stay, fine. If not, then they can watch the training, the recorded session afterwards. I will wrap it up in a couple of minutes. We're pretty much end of this, but I'll just make last minutes. Yeah, you can come and then do the last thing, and then I'll continue the demo, and then we will be. Uh, See, I created the group. This one, right? And then I should be able to see that calendar. Give me a second. I may need to go to the calendar tab. Here you go. Yeah, it's taking forever. So here you go. I think I just set up one a while ago. Come on. Yeah, this is taking forever. So if you look at the groups, you can browse the group. You can create a new group from here. This is the group tab. You can manage the group from here. New item, new meetings. So it has a full rich experience within the Outlook itself. And then I think I created that. Eight 30, I see it, but maybe it's taking time to sync it. But you get the idea, right?
Yeah.
Because it's slow, because it should pop up here, and then it's seamless. So yeah, back to your point, either you do it on the app or in the cloud itself. Um, you want to see that PowerShell thing? So uh, PowerShell. We'll go back to the presentation and then bring that kind of thing. Don't remember on top of my head. Free up some resources. Okay, let's do it first. All right. Okay, so far so good. Usually demo it doesn't work, but I'm pretty much there and just gonna run this get dash. Yeah, I just run the get dash. So we're just gonna wait. It's frozen, but we'll get there. Just need some other. So get dash unified. Yep. So I created two group in front of you today, right? In fact, the one I created before, NJ collaboration, and today I created. If you look at the alias, NJ SharePoint user group. So what I'm gonna do, um, type, let's say, identity, NJSPUG, FL. So give me the whole list. So what if I need to know, uh, the description, the SharePoint, you see the all those collections for the URL and sites and everything. If you're interested in, you can find all those SharePoint, documents, URL, OneNote, site URL, so everything within the PowerShell. You can find it, which server it is hosted, um, how many members, member count, um, and let's say if you need to know who are the owners, right? Next morning you arrive, 500 groups created. Who created? So then we have one switch here available. Link type owner. So I believe it's called dash link type. Yeah, link type is okay. That's okay. So what we're gonna do? Links. Link type is owner. So for this particular group, the owner is Sammy. So or if I need, I believe all the owners. Let's see if that works. Yeah, it needs to. You need to define the identity of that. So what you could do, you create a text file and you put all the group names, get dash content, run it, and boom, you get all the owners. So you just magic how you want to use the PowerShell, and it should be good. So that's being said, since we are running out of time, I didn't realize. So I'll jump it back pretty quick to pretty much I covered the most of the technical things. Uh, uh well, did it go wrong? So what I'm gonna do now here, second. Yeah, I need to turn that off to release. Yeah, that's running out of some memory. Let's close that. Quit. I don't want to save anything there. Save. Yep, machine has gone. We pretty much have resources now. Should we get you see it online, this presentation appearing? Or no? Yep. You don't? The backend page? Right, so main screen. How about now? Same? How about now? Alright, so I'll skip the roadmap. You can find it online, hybrid and all that stuff. It talks about just I showed you the PowerShell about the unified group and all that stuff. Some of the basic command lists you have, so you can find groups and groups link. You can pretty much administer, and there is something. Let's say if you want to create a group, CEO, how you want to block that? So there are options available where you can define the keywords. So one should not be creating companies reserved names. Microsoft, they have also launched something called auto creation permissions. So if you look at the right, yeah, IT still can create the group, but not everyone. So you have to have Azure AD policy, which is through the security group, and you can restrict the people. External guest. So Gmail, I gotta confirm that you're saying if you give somebody access to the Gmail, they still need to create that, right? So I'll follow up on that. That I believe, yeah. So I have to check: do they really need to create another live ID? If not, so I have to come back and make sure it works in both scenario. But one of the scenario it doesn't work for sure for the group. I'll be able to test and post it and update you on that. All right. There are a lot of things which are not there, so I'll skip it to the last slide. But auditing and all that stuff. Say it again. There's no limit, but I believe some limits. There's no limit, but there is a limit of the groups 999 I'm not sure it's the creation. Yes, 999, or maybe there's no limit.
How many people can be added to a group?
I don't think so. There's a limit. It's like a distribution group, 200, 300, 5,000. I don't think so. There's a limit for that. There are some data governance policies for e-discovery. That's the beautiful thing. I wish I would have time. I would have gone to the e-discovery, which is a traditional distribution group. You can't do that. Here you can do the e-discovery, litigation hold. You can define data classification, all the compliance and all that good stuff. It's out of the box, turn it on, and you can have your compliance people work on that. That's the beauty of the groups. Yeah, I realize 1 hour and a half would be enough, but so I'll skip that. Here is Graph API. You were asked this question before. So build your own Office 365 connector and extend experience using a Microsoft Graph API. And this is your Graph API can read the data from all these files and mail and calendar on the top. The Graph API can leverage you to pull the data. You can come up with your own reporting and dashboard and data analysis on that. So I'll share the slide, and so it covers that answer what somebody asked. Okay. How to get started? Simple. And Microsoft wants you to use and migrate your distribution group to the Office group, which to me it doesn't really. It has to be some justification. You just don't want to migrate it, so you gotta be careful. Just go your tenant and make sure they are not enabled, because they are going to be opt-in, or maybe they opt out. So you gotta read the blog and check and make sure they are not converted, or there is the blog about it.
So actually, I have a question for that group. At the beginning, you say the group is replace the distribution list, right?
Yeah.
But if I'm in the group as a member, can I send out a message?
Yes, you can.
Okay. But how that works? Let's say in the old days, while we have a distribution list for the entire company,
right?
For example, they have 5,000 users, right? But for those distribution lists, only few people can actually send out a message, because you don't want everybody can send out a message to the entire company.
That's
but how that work in the group? Because now if I'm the member, I'm supposed to receive the message, but I'm not allowed to send any message.
So that's the thing. There is not the gap. There is the business case. So you don't want to migrate every distribution group to Office 365 groups. You get my point?
So we still want to keep those 30.
Yeah, in a large organization, you're 5,000 users, right? And you're absolutely right. You don't want to do that, because people only want to receive it. Not everyone want to send to those across the organization. So in that case, you want to keep your distribution list as is. The way, to me, the group is more of a collaboration thing, and I want to communicate with teams, with which I think, like on the 5,000 mailing list, they are not going to contribute or work on a document with you, right? No. So why would you create a group for them, right? So you need a group for a specific need, for sales team or marketing team, or for some project, right? And you create a group. Hey, let's work together on this document or something like that. That's a business case. But yeah, so distributional list, as I said earlier, but not in all the cases. Office 365 group is going to replace the distribution list. No, yeah, it's a modern way of doing it, but one size does not fit for all. It's not for everyone, and I totally agree. Distribution list has its own place, and which makes sense. You don't want people, like say HR, sends to everyone, right? But you don't want people to sending to the same list. How do you control that? Okay, so if they bring that control in the Office group, the member should not be able to blast to 5,000, let's say. Only the owner can send it to everyone. But if you look at the way the group is designed for conversation, for a chat-based, history-based kind of thing, so there is a difference in both cases. Groups will replace distribution lists in certain business cases, but not in all the business cases. That's a very good point, to be honest. So they are everywhere: Teams, Outlook, Skype, groups, SharePoint, Yammer. I didn't get a time to chat on that or discuss the Yammer thing. These are some resources. I believe I'll be able to share this, and thank you. Yeah. Right. I turn off this. This is episode number 4 in 2018. In continuation from the previous episode, we are discussing about different migration options, or in other words, migrating email from different service providers. So put yourself in a situation where you have to migrate your email from Outlook, Gmail, other service provider to your Office 365 account, which has been covered in my last video. Today, excuse me, will be more focusing on Exchange on-premise Exchange servers. So let's get started. Again, go to the home and then click data migration. It will bring you on this screen. We covered pretty much everything in our last video. And today we're gonna cover Exchange and also upload PST. So I'll give you a high level overview without going into more details. With both these options, you need IT expertise. It's not something you, as a non-IT person, will do it. You will need an IT expert or email expert to understand both options. The upload PST file is in a scenario, let's say, if you're a small 5 user, 10 user, depending how many number of users you have, and they all have the PST files on their computer or desktop. So how you gonna migrate them? So there could be different ways of doing it, but the bigger the number of the mailboxes you have, the more the challenge is. If you have 500 users and you want to have all those PST for some reason in the cloud, so you don't want to do it one by one. So this is one of the options. You can upload the PSTs in Office 365, and there's a guidance available from Microsoft then how you can do it. Since in my tenant I have not done such things, but there's a whole link is available then how you can do it, which is a very secure way of doing PST into 365. So if you click this article, it will guide you how to do the step-by instruction for bulk importing of PSTs into Office 365. You can upload it and you can have your drive shared and send it to Microsoft in your Azure, and from there you can import it. If you click on, let's say, in uploading, then there are step-by-step information available. You have to have a software as a service like your URL. You need to download the Azure AZ copy, upload it. It will have some security certificates, some URLs, and all that stuff is available here. Then how you will migrate and upload your data to 365. So that's a guideline available. You can follow this guideline, have your IT person work with you, and import all the PSTs into Office 365. As you can see, it has all the details available. So basically, it's ingesting your PSTs. Some people need it for the compliance and other regulatory requirement. So if you are one of those, you may need to follow that. Other options, let's go here, is the Exchange one. So here it says, okay, so when you want to start migrating from your existing Exchange environment, so let's say if you're running any supported version of Exchange from 2010 SP3 to 2013 and 2016, this will let you do that. If you still have legacy environment like Exchange 2007 or 2003, which are out of support from Microsoft, but you can still migrate it from those legacy applications to Office 365. Reach out to your Microsoft partner or your technical account manager or whoever your point of contact in IT, have them help you migrate it. But if you are on the supported version, as I said, Exchange 2010 Service Pack 3 and afterwards, any version, you need to download Hybrid Configuration Wizard on any one of the computer which is running Windows Server System, operating system in the same domain as Exchange server. So it's got to be in the same domain as your Exchange on-premise server. And Hybrid Configuration Wizard, or HCW, is a tool, is a cloud-based tool where we download it, run some prerequisites. So let's see what is there in a Hybrid Configuration Wizard. So as I say, I'm not doing a demo for that. That's not the purpose of this video. But again, to give you high level of what exactly Hybrid Configuration Wizard is and what does it do. Basically, it's a process. When you download this tool, it verifies that your on-premise Exchange organization can support a hybrid deployment. Basically, as I said, what version you're running for Exchange, your online Exchange tenant, your Active Directory needs to be set up. If you have any federated or accepted domains in your on-premise environment,
web services, virtual directories. You got to have a valid certificate, and all those stuff is gonna take and do the prerequisites check in the background to make sure your environment is supported for the hybrid. If not, then again your IT needs to fix it. Features. So why do you need to use hybrid? Different requirement depending on the size of the organization. If you don't know how long you want to keep running your environment, maybe for a month or a year. So that's based on the needs of your business. So if you think you're 1,000 user organization and you think you want to test it and you just don't want to move everything to 365 and you want to give it a try, then yeah, you may be the right candidate who wants to run this environment for 3 months, 6 months, or maybe a year. It all depends. So if you do the hybrid environment and you move the mailbox, let's say in 365, so both on premises and Office 365 user can share their calendar. So it means if you move your mailbox in 365 and your mailbox or your colleague's mailbox is on premises, yeah, you can still have your calendar sharing enabled. So that's one of the features, like a mail tip you have for your distribution list, for HR and other distribution lists. That's going to work. It supports online archiving also. Um, Outlook on the web redirection, active sync redirection, secure email between that environment using TLS protocol. That's going to be changed in the near future, but again, for now, all that stuff is supported. So these are the interesting feature if you want to go take a look deep inside. And these are the options that I mentioned before. It looks for the domain, the secure certificate, exchange sharing, mail flow, or centralized flow, how you want to configure it. And hybrid configuration wizard basically, or the engine, it tells you what it does in the background. It checks both your on-premises and exchange online settings. So if you make any on-premises changes, so let's say the best and the simple example, if you create a mailbox on premises, uh, so exchange tenant will automatically know uh, that a mailbox is created, so a user from Office 365 will be able to send an email to that user on premises, should be able to look up that account in your offline address book. So that's in the back end is all done by Hybrid Configuration Wizard and Azure AG Connect for the account syncing and all that. So same thing if you create an account in Office 365, which is the cloud identity. So the on-premise Exchange user will be able to send email to them and share calendar and collaborate with them. So that's in a nutshell one of the big simplest example, and that all is being done through in the backend Hybrid Configuration Wizard for the desired setup. And here is the chart which shows all the details. So if you want sign into your tenant, look up for these instructions which can help you understand what's a hybrid configuration wizard is. So that's being said, these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different ways of migrating your email from non-Office 365 to Office 365, including Exchange on premises, which allow you to keep a hybrid configuration wizard. So that being said, I'm going to wrap this up. This video, I hope you like it, and keep watching and keep following me on the Twitter account. Thank you so much. Episode number 5, 2018. Again, we are looking into different migrations options available. Migrating your email to Office 365. Okay. So let's get started and see what are different onboarding options available and what are the tips and tricks and why do they exist. It will be very high level and we'll go more deeper when we explore more features in 365. So again, we talked about previous week, select your data services. Now there are different onboarding and migration guidance available. So we'll cover just email related, which is Exchange and Gmail. It will be very short video today because I will just cover Gmail and give you some high-level overview of Exchange. So let's click on Gmail and see what do we find out and why. Is it really a best way to do it or not? And I tried accessing this URL without my tenant. It did not work, so I'm not sure if it's publicly available. So I have my tenant. That's why I'm seeing this. But if you want, you can try it, or you may want to sign up with the test tenant for Office 365 and access this, or you can just search it online. So imagine these are the instructions available step by step. Microsoft did a very good job to provide you all the details. How do you migrate? And it's a perfect scenario if you have one mail account or two or four or five, where basically you just don't need to migrate your emails. You also need your contact, which you build up like for many years, 5, 10, 15 years, and you may have 500 or 1,000 contacts. So how do you migrate them? So basically it shows you the step-by-step configuration. Then you go to Gmail account and how do you export your contacts and then save it in a CSV file, and then you come to 365, then import contacts. So it has done a pretty decent job where you can import and export the contact through the web interface. Here you can see Outlook web app or through the Outlook desktop client here. If you see step by step configuration is available, and then this is it. Yeah, maybe 30 minutes an hour. You just import it. So basically, you need your context where you do the same thing will be done with your calendar, because you have, I don't see the calendar here, but same thing, you have tons of your contact, but also you need to, what about your meeting you have already scheduled? You might have meeting for the next 3 months or 3 weeks. You also need that. So that's another way you can export and import your calendar invite for meeting. And it works perfectly when you have small number of users, 5 users using your Gmail, or maybe 10, depending on how big their mailbox is and size that. And then you import an export, and then you follow my previous video there. I have showed you how to migrate your email from Gmail. So that will migrate your email, and from here you can migrate your contacts and also the calendar. But what about if your company has 100 users, 200, maybe 1,000? So if you do this way of migrating it, then it may take you a couple of months. You will have somebody dedicated to doing that, and there are a lot of chances of human errors. You're gonna miss your emails, your calendar invites, and contact. Uh, so what are different ways of doing it? So I would recommend check out some third-party tools which allow you to automate the whole migration. You just define, and the tool take care of that. There are some third-party tools available. You look it online, look for tools migrating to Office 365 from Google. So you can see a ton of tools available, and you want to leverage those tools to make your life much easier. Now, the second part I'm going to show here is about Exchange, and it's very detailed things. I'll just give you high level. What are different options available, and then in the future um, I'll try to cover more in details. So for the mail and calendar, I was saying, if you want to so there are different types of migration, like cutover migration, which means if you want to cut it over from your existing environment to 365, that's the way you want to leverage cutover migration, which includes 2003, 2007 server, all the legacy server to 2010 or 2013, that you have less than 2,000 mailboxes. So the plan is that it's not necessarily you have less than 2,000 mailboxes. It's maybe a business need uh, where you don't want to keep email. So if you have 2,000 less mailboxes, it's the best way to go with. And then again, is the IMAP. Then I can give an example. Could be a hosted environment. Again, Gmail, as I mentioned you before in the example above. And here you go with the contacts and calendar. If you go and click here, it has the step-by-step configuration. How do you export your calendar and import them in Office 365, and that's very neat. You gotta have your meetings which are scheduled. You want to have those meetings available. Again, um, it's there. You follow the steps and configuration. Now, uh, stage migration is another way of doing the stage migration, where you have Exchange Server 2003 and 2007, and you have more than 2,000 mailbox, and you do migrate in stages batches over time. Let's say you want to migrate in the next 2 months or 3 months, then you may want to leverage the stage migration over cut over migration. Again, here you see all these hybrid options available for 2010, 2013, and 2016. All these type of hybrid migration available. So you can have both on-premises and Microsoft Office 365 environment. You can run the both environment. If you have any one of these on-premises servers on premises, and they all require you to set up the directory synchronization for the Active Directory accounts. And there are some different options like minimal hybrid advisor, which we can look more details. This is another way of doing it where you need to set up a minimum hybrid setup. Azure AD Connect, you need in hybrid, one of those hybrid where you want to sync your on-premises AD account into the Office 365, and you can now can also migrate towards Office 365 group, which is a shared workplace for email conversation file, uh, where all the group members can work collectively in a real time. So, as you see, there are different ways of migrating, not just a typical hosted email IMAP, but even within Exchange, you have a number of hybrid options available, hybrid migration for multiple on-premises. And here you have cutover, IMAP, and all these options available. So it all depends based on your business needs. How big is your environment? If it's a smaller environment, then you have to make a approach according to your business requirement. Then you may want to choose a cutover or maybe an IMAP, maybe hybrid, but it all depends what you run today, and then make the best decision meeting your business requirement to the Office 365. I hope you like this video. I'll keep posting more videos. Thanks again. Thanks for your time. Thanks for watching this video. In this episode 6, 2018, I'm going to talk about centralized transport and what are the scenarios you can think of you will need to set up centralized transport and how does it work. So it all depends on your business requirement, the deployment types you have, what kind of deployment types you have. Of course, we have on-premises, but let's say if your business, if you sign up a tenant, a fresh new tenant for Office 365, and you already have your email system working on some hosted platform, and you will migrate from there, in that scenario, you don't really need to do anything centralized transport. The only scenario is about the hybrid configuration wizard, and only the case where you have some legal, regulatory, or compliance need to set up your email in that way. But if you want to move from your own premises Exchange, whether it's 2003, 2007, 2010, 2013, or even 2016, if you want to move from on premises completely to Office 365, then again, you don't need centralized transport setup. So where do you really need it? Basically, it depends whether not size of the company, but again, the type of the business you are into, and some legal requirements you have. Your email must flow from your on-premises environment, so you can have better control. That could be one of the reason, or another reason you might have already invested a ton of money already on your on-premises deployment, on-premises anti-spam gateways, and you have a large setup, and you don't think so you're going to go to online for a couple of years, and you're going to run those on-premises for the mail gateways. That's another requirement. So those are the main business or like
requirement and how you're technology dependent in terms of how much money you have invested. And plus also sometimes the control, you want to have the control uh, while you're on premises. You do still get control in 365 and EOP, but again, those are the differentiator. So imagine you need centralized transfer. So we'll look into the scenarios. What are the scenarios? So one of the scenario is, so there will be 4 scenarios basically. So one of the scenarios you have hybrid configuration setup configured, but you have centralized transport disabled. What it means, you even though have your hybrid configuration on premises and Exchange Online mailboxes, but when you send receive email to outside world, it goes through Exchange Online protection. It goes to your Office 365 transport server. So in that case, you don't need centralized transport. And in Office 365 takes care of that. And when you run the hybrid configuration wizard, you just specify you don't need of centralized transport enable. And Microsoft hybrid configuration wizard pretty much takes care of everything in the background. So what are the other scenarios where you think you will need to have a centralized transport and you need to understand? So we left with only 2 scenarios: receiving email and sending email. So let's see what are the scenarios. So here is one of the scenario where an internet user ABC or XYZ send an email to Julie at Contoso.com and CC to David at Contoso.com. So in that scenario, if you have configured your hybrid configuration wizard with centralized transport enabled or centralized transport is configured, while you run that setup for hybrid configuration wizard, your Amex records are pointed towards your own premises mail gateways, or it could be third-party mail gateway in the cloud, whichever the way you have set it up. It points to those in the internet, and from there it comes to Exchange server. If you look at a user send email to this, and Amex get resolved in number 2 to your Exchange server here, and from there message gets delivered to your local from your gateway to the Exchange server here, and it does the delivery of the mail. For example, Julie in this case is a mailbox on premises in your on-premise Exchange 2016, for example. So her mail gets delivered right away on your own premises. But at the same time, David mailbox is on Office 365, is an Exchange Online mailbox. So when query is done against on the global catalog server, David's mailbox also has additional SMTP, which is configured on the mailbox, where it says in the that this user also has David at Contoso.com plus global catalog is received at contoso.mail on Microsoft.com. So which is a hybrid configuration routing address. So the mail then will be forwarded from your on-prem Exchange server to EOP, which receives your messages sent to Exchange Online using a send connector configured to use TLS. It's all encrypted, secure between your on-premises and Exchange Online. And after the lookup, it finds out this mailbox is residing in Office 365 Exchange Online. Then message get forwarded to Office 365, and this is where it gets delivered. So this is basically any incoming messages coming to your organization via your own premises routing setup. That's how it works. So everything you have is under your control, under configure on your mail gateway. So you're responsible for managing everything, which pretty much you're doing it today. That's why you have to set up your configuration based on that for on premises or centralized transfer. Now look at the other scenarios. When a user sends email to internet, especially when a user is, let's say if you're on premises, it will just go traditionally. But what if a user is Exchange Online user? So in this case, user sends an email, for example,
David, again, in this case, has a mailbox in Exchange Online, sends a message to Aaron at cpndl.com. And Exchange Online then scans the message for viruses and send the message to EOP. And there, when it gets to the EOP finds out, oh, this internet-bound messages has to go through your on-premise server because you already set up that centralized transport. So then from there, this message gets routed to your on-premise Exchange server instead of sending directly to the internet. So that's the big differentiator here. So it gets routed to your on-premise Exchange server, which is again on TLS, which is an encrypted connection between on-premises and Office 365. So I emphasize again, that's how it's routed from your EOP to on-premise Exchange server. And then again, on-premise Exchange server does all your, let's say, virus checking and all that stuff. And from there, on-premise Exchange server do the NS lookup, and then how it gets routed to the internet, the way your email works today. So that's how it is, and that's how the centralized transport works. And then there are more ways why you want to have, or what are the business requirements, as I mentioned, because if you have your on-premises policies, DLP policies, you have your on-premise whitelist of domains, you name anything where you manage. So everything is still on-premises, so you can force your company's policies when you have centralized transport configured this way. So those are the benefits again and controls you get when you have on premises. You don't have to do all the migration of policies, and something may not, you don't take a risk will break or work. But again, as long as it's set up this way, you don't have to do anything. It will pretty much work the way it's going to work today. So in a nutshell, that was centralized transport with Office 365 and Exchange 2016. It works with previous version as well. We are talking about the latest greatest version of Exchange. I hope you like this episode and keep following me on Exchange IT Pro on my Twitter handle, and subscribe to my video for more interesting video in the future. I hope you like it. Thank you so much. In this video, I will be covering Office 365 Compliance Manager, episode 7, 2018, February 23rd. So this feature is now generally available, and rollout has been started in your Office 365 tenant. Office 365 Compliance Manager is a cross Microsoft Cloud Services feature, and it addresses issues such as GDPR, ISO 27001, 27018, NIST, and HIPAA. Is now generally available for Azure, Dynamics 365, and Office 365 Business and Enterprise subscriber in the public cloud, but it's not available for Department of Defense, DoD, and in China and Office 365 Germany. And by default, everyone in your organization, a user account has access to the Compliance Manager. So I'll cover what is the Compliance Manager and how you can override everyone's access to your desired IT global admin or IT admin access. Let's start the demonstration. Hi folks, this is your host again, Exchange IT Pro. My name is Adnan Rafiq, MVP Office 365 Servers and Services. If you are into compliance, and if you heard about some compliance manager from Microsoft, so finally today they made it publicly available. and the compliance manager has been moved from public to general availability. So if you sign into your Office 365, or if you can look at the URL right in the front of the screen is servicetrust.microsoft.com, is how you can access your compliance manager. Here you can launch compliance manager, and it's the tour of your compliance manager. If you take the tour, it will go one by one and explain each and everything here, that what these are, this code and everything. So if you look at default groups are created, 365 GDPR, NIST, ISO, and Azure related stuff. Action item, there are no currently action item. Assessment, so these are the assessment by default from Microsoft, but if you want, for example, you can also add your customized assessment, for example. So let me click on this. If you look at in scope cloud services, what services are really in scope? If you look at SharePoint, Exchange, Microsoft Booking, Dell, Video, Staff Help, Microsoft Team, you name it, pretty much each and every service in scope. So they are all going to be part of the compliance. So whether you do Skype, video, whatever you can think is available in 365 is part of that. The thing to note here is tier C. So they are available in tier C by default. Tier A and B are different tiers. If I have time, I'll go through and give you an idea what are those tiers. Basically, different offerings. I will look into it. Microsoft Managed Control. So these are the Microsoft Managed Control. That what Microsoft is managing this control, and assessment is showing you how they're 100% assessed basically. But again, if you go to your customer managed control, there's 0 now. So that's you. If you want to set up some control and manage control, you gotta click them here and put your controls, assign policies. You can assign it to a user, and then something happened, you set priority, and email notification will be done. By default, everyone in your organization has an Office 365 or admin account, has access to the compliance manager, and they can perform any action in the compliance manager. Default permission, at least one user must be added to each compliance manager role. This is very important. At least one user must be added to each compliance manager role. So I believe there are 5 roles. So each and every role, you have to have one user. So basically, these are the roles, like read data, edit data, who can do what basically. So all these roles can read the data. Like portal admin, compliance manager admin, compliance assessor, manager, contributor, and reader. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roles are there. So portal admin has pretty much all the access. They can read, they can edit, they can do whatever they want because they're portal admin. When you go to compliance, they don't have ability to manage the user. You go one further step down. Compliance managers can edit the result, but they lose the managed assessment and all that. If you go to the assessor, then you go to the contributor and the reader. So the reader is the least privileged. So you need 5 users. So basically, you go to servicetrust.microsoft.com. Let me show you. And then go here, servicetrust.microsoft.com. And then I can select one of these roles, right? So before I show you here, this is my admin account. And just to give you an idea, this is my standard user account. And standard user account do have access to, as I told you before, all these assessments, right? Which I showed you here. They do have access. And So you don't want your user to have this kind of access or such access. That's for that reason, you come here, service trust, go to settings and select a role. So each and every role you click, you won't have somebody to give. Yeah, I don't know why I signed out. Let me sign back in. So I'll select the reader role, then I can add somebody or even myself. But for the sake of this video, I'll just select the portal admin and I'll just add myself here. Save it. And this is it. Simple as that. I'm going to sign out. Thanks for watching and do follow me on Twitter. So thanks again. Thanks for watching the video. And as I said, keep following me on Twitter. Thank you. In this short video, I will cover the external email option in Microsoft Teams. And this feature by default allow anyone be able to send email to your Microsoft team. So anyone means anyone external. So as long as they know your email address for the Microsoft team channel, they would be able to send the email to you. So let's look into it. How does it work and what are the necessary controls available? Take a look. So what I'm going to go here is into my Microsoft team and I have a couple of channels created. So I will go here, get email address. And for example, I'll copy this email address and I'll give it to my a friend who is outside of this company. In this team, I am the only member. So no other people, for example, right? So in this channel, I'm the only member. There used to be some other members, they left. But again, as we speak, I'm the only member here. So I have this email address copied. I go in there, I paste it, test email externally from outside, test on Gmail account, and wait. So magic will happen. This email will pop up here. Exactly how fast it is. So within no time, email is here. So for most of the cases, this is a perfect scenario. You just share the email and have them send you some document. Right, so you have one document repository or whatever the business case is, you have centralized space where you can work with the people. But there are so many businesses, they may not like this. What are the options available? I click here and either I can remove it. So if I remove it, then it means people within my organization, even within my tenant, will not be able to send an email, right? It's just not externally, but it will also remove the email alias from this team. And if I want somebody within my team or within my office or within my department to join or send an email, even it will block them because this email is no more exist. So let's take a look in advanced setting. And that's what it is. Either you remove it or you can allow. So this is the default setting. And in my opinion, it needs to be changed unless there's a business case. And only the member of this team. So if you allow the member of this team, it will specifically allow email to be sent from this team or email allow from these domains. For example, you can have more than domains. You have some partners you work with. Let's say you work with Microsoft, Gmail, Yahoo, etc. You allow them. So it means not externally exposed. So if you're a company, if you're a bank, if you're education and you work with different university and colleges, you work with different vendors and partners. You can put their names or the domain names here and have them send an email. So this way you have control. So make the best decision you can think. You can have, for example, here if you go to get email address, same thing here. So literally you can do it for each and every channel. And this granular level of access is really awesome and amazing, where you can do. So let me just copy it for you, for example, and allow only from this team. So let's say if I send an email from Gmail, would it work or not? Right, it should fail to controlled channel in Teams. Here you go. Delivery. It has been failed. The sender is not a member of team and does not have permission to send email, blah, blah, blah. And there you go. I hope you like my video. Keep following me on Twitter. Thanks for watching. Hi, folks. Thanks for tuning into my channel again. I'm your host, Exchange ID Pro. In this video, we are talking about some security improvement in Exchange Online. So the first thing, this feature works on mailbox auditing in your Exchange Online, so which Microsoft has already started as a default turn-on feature in your services. So what are the scenarios and how it's going to help? I'll share the Microsoft Exchange team blog URL below so you can read more details in what scenario it's going to help. So the session ID will be audited as a part of mailbox audit log and admin audit log. So basically it is a GUID identifier which is encoded in your Azure AD token. The only situation is not going to help when the attacker has stolen your token. So basically when you log on to your services using Azure AD, you're given a token, and within that token, these session IDs are logged. So when you log in yourself, it's a session ID is given to you. And if somebody steals your password and log in with your credentials, another session ID will be generated. The one in the green shows it's you. You have same session ID ending with DA53, and somebody else also logged in, stealing your password, for example. They have a different session ID against each and every action. So 6A11, 6A11 for folder permission, ending with 6A11 in set mailbox. So you can see same username and password, but different actions are taken again, different session IDs. So this is how it can help you determine if your account has been compromised. So now you can see how valuable and helpful it is to have this feature available in your services. In this example, if you see, there's audit records for a service account in Exchange. And if you look at added inbox rule, it has a different session ID ending with 6A11. And you would be worried why a service account would create add an inbox rule. So you can do further investigation against that session ID. As you can see in this picture, it has been compromised and the behavior is different. So then the question is how you can start leveraging the feature. There are some prerequisites. For example, this cannot work with basic authentication. So your authentication should come through Azure AD to make it work, and you'll have to disable legacy authentication throughout your organization. So now the question is where you can see these audit logs. So you have to go through Security and Compliance Center where you can look for Exchange activity. I'll share an article from Tony Redmond's blog post. It has more details, so you can go and follow the instructions step by step provided by him. And also you can leverage this feature not only for Exchange Online, but also across other services in your Microsoft 365, and which can leverage and consume all the data across your organization. For that, you need to look into Office 365 Unified Auditing. Data governance in Office 365. Yeah, this is a very interesting topic, and it really doesn't matter how big or small your organization is, but it depends what vertical of the business you are into. Could be a law firm or a financial federal, depending on the business need where you need to follow or have those governance policies applied, you have to be compliant. And when you go in Office 365, which give you this dashboard, and from there you can have some quick actions, labels, and publish the labels and all that. So that's my tenant. Really not much except a few policies I configured, but in this particular video, I'm not gonna go into this. Rather, I will tell you what's the behind the scene, what are the components, because this tool is basically for you to go in there, configure, play around with that. But idea of this video is to kind of give you on a high level what it looks like behind the scene, what's going on. I mean, how does it work? So let's jump into that. 365. So that's one of the piece when it comes to security and compliance is archive mailbox, because there will be a situation where you run out of your mailbox quota, you want to start archiving it, and that's because you want to retain the data for a year, 3 year, 5 years, and 7 years based on the policies or the compliance. You have to be compliant. So this much of email data you don't want to store in your primary mailbox because that's not everyday or frequent accessible or usable. In that scenario, you need to archive that data. So the compliance manager needs to go in. They can just pull the data from there. Data leak prevention is another feature available because you don't want your company's data or email to be leaked. So DLP, this is where it comes in to the action. Office message encryption, again, going back to, you can say, information leak and compliant. What it does, you have to enable it, and it does provide end-to-end email encryption. So basically, somebody you want to send an email, you send them encrypted email, they will come to your service and log in, and then access that encrypted email. The journaling, again, is available. You can journal, you can configure it to a third party or your on-premise environment. So basically, any email send and receive can be configured for this feature. And that, again, is the requirement for this to become a compliant. Audit reports, again, that's another feature. Once you have all those controls and policies available and configured, then you want to pull the reports. So again, the compliance manager should be able to pull that or those reports from this in place hold and litigation hold, again, that's very important piece, which usually when you enable it, it can consume a lot of space, because if you apply or put a mailbox on hold, so everything retains there, even the deleted item, even the hard deleted item. It's just like a black box. Everything is there. In place e-discovery, basically, again, e-discovery is a feature for a lawyer or attorney or compliance manager to perform the searches, and search will go and search the content in your archive mailbox, your primary mailbox. Message records management is another feature to make this thing compliant. Transport rules can be configured based on the needs. It works on the transport layer. Information rights management, for example, you want to apply some policies. You don't want somebody to copy some item or forward the email. So that works again in the service. Inactive mailboxes, another feature where you can configure them. So in a nutshell, that's what it looks like. Compliance manager allow you to create those labels and policies, and then gets applied to these several places, and then allow you to pull the reports and whatever the information is needed. So in a nutshell, idea on the video is that you run those tools, but you wanted to understand how does it run behind the scene, what's run in the service. So if you like this video, please do comment, share, and subscribe my channel, and stay tuned for the future videos. Thank you so much. Bye. So what is Microsoft Secure Score? Let's look into this video and find out when you set up your default tenant, what it looks like, and versus the tenants you already have. Hi, my name is Adnan Rafiq, and I'm the author of this vlog. Please do subscribe my channel, and do not forget to click on the bell icon for future updates. Thank you. So now on this screen, you're seeing a Microsoft Secure Score for my newly configured tenant, which is a test tenant, let's say for this example. And as you can see, this score is only 48 out of 707, and I got only 2 points in the last 30 days. So that's a dashboard which is available for you when you set up your tenant. And of course, when you spin up your tenant, it takes time when you start creating mailboxes, OneDrive, SharePoint, and all that stuff. And then within a couple of days, you'll start seeing more things in the dashboard, but that's what it looks like. Well, I'm going to show you another dashboard comparing to my production one. And here we have, of course, 20 points in 30 days, 156 out of these. And then it has a breakdown for each and every category. Let's say 46 from identity, data, devices. So I'm not using any devices. For example, in this particular case, apps, infrastructure is not available, which makes sense. And then here it's talking about the history, and it's talking about how do you compare to other organizations. So for example, it's giving here with this purple is my score and industry average is 100. So in this regard, I am doing better than the industry, which doesn't mean that I should stop, but I still got to improve it. But that looks like across the tenant in Office 365, that's the average score, and my score is above average. And that's the global average, and similar stuff. So same thing you can compare with this identity. In the data, industry 32 and mine is 60. And we go to the device, which of course my score is not even there, which makes sense. Apps, flat out like this, I don't have any from the industry, and so does to infrastructure. So this is you pull the report, and then you can go see more in details. And then here is giving you the options to add more on top of that. So if you click on view all, you're going to see that. Now let me go back to my previous tenant, and here it's a brand new tenant, for example. And then of course it's still hardly 1 or 2 accounts are configured just for the sake of this example. But again, if you click here, and then you will see in this 7 completed, for example, 0 not completed and all that. So if I go back to this one, and if you go back to the previous and see how many of them are completed, here says 69 not completed, 15 completed. So I have more than double in my production, for example. So what you're going to see, I already have applied on some score MFA, which is some accounts I did apply, multi-factor authentication. If I go here again on a production tenant, and if I go here, I can sort them by category, completed and not completed. So status. So let's say if we change the status to, for example, filter, and then it's got to come back. If I want to see a category, user impact, source, I can scroll through that. And here I do have some which I wanted to show you. This one is a completed one. Turn on audit. I would say mandatory, keep it enabled, because if you want to pull any record, auditing needs to be enabled, and it protects you against account breach, data deletion, elevated privileges, and etc. And then it also meets the compliance requirements. So if you have any of these compliance requirements, NIST and federal requirement, ISO, GDPR is an important one. So enabling audit log is very important. Let's compare this one with my newly set up tenant, if we have audit enabled or not. So let's come here, go to the view all. Turn on audit recording. So it's not available. Let's see what it says, and we can review it and follow the instructions. There are several steps to enable it, which if you need, I can post you here how to enable audit. So I set up those. It will definitely improve my score. So again, I'll have more future videos where I will be showing how to implement this control. But again, this is one of the things you got to check at your end based on your business requirement, the industry you work in, and what kind of controls you need. So going back, something like that, MFA for all users is a must-have. Turn on audit recording, we just looked at it. Do not block client forwarding rules. It could fall into your GDPR. So there are many best policies or best recommendations available from Microsoft, which you need to follow. and which can definitely help you to grow your scores. So I hope you liked my video. Stay tuned for more future videos. Thanks again, and thanks for watching Cloud Mentor, and do follow me. Thank you. Bye. So I'm sure you must have been run into a situation where you've been asked to find out who deleted a mailbox or who added a new member to a site, and trying to figure out who kind of changed the permission within your Office 365 tenant. If your answer is yes, let's dig into this video. Hi, my name is Adnan Rafiq and I'm the author of this vlog. Please do subscribe my channel and do not forget to click on the bell icon for future updates. Thank you. Hi again. So today I'm going to talk about different situation where security folks might have come to you, or your senior leadership or your part of management team might have come to you, get some records, or maybe some other members. It depends. Somebody might have come to you and asked you, hey, can you check who has given the full mailbox permission to a particular account? Or you might have been to a situation where you want to see the admin activity performed in your Azure AD or Microsoft Teams and different services and capabilities where you want to see who accessed the file, who might have deleted the document, and across different services, for example, Yammer, Microsoft Flow, Microsoft Team, Power Apps, Analytics. So how do we know what actions have been performed by different users within your organization, and you want to have a full visibility by looking into that? So let's look into that. There is a feature in Security and Compliance where you can enable this feature. This feature is called Audit Log, which you will have to enable it, and then once enabled, then you can perform searches. So let's look into that. I'm going to compare my two tenants, which is enabled, and how to enable the new tenant, and go from there and perform some searches. So guys, here is my brand new tenant. I set it up. And as you can see, I'm in Security and Compliance Center. And if I go to the search option, I have Audit Log Search. And as soon as click it, it gives me the search box. But again, in order to make use of that, I need to enable turn on auditing. Without this, it won't work. So let me show you another tenant before I turn this auditing log on. And here is my another tenant, which is my personal production tenant. And I do not see, right, because audit log has already been enabled. So we'll perform the searches here, but at the same time, we can enable the search. And then maybe within a couple of hours or maybe a day, that will be actively working. So I'll enable it, or you can use the PowerShell commandlet where it says turn audit admin log for unified audit login ingestion, basically. So I'll put the commandlet, but since GUI is there, it's easier, and you turn it on. And then it will make this changes to your org-wide, because as I said before, it's not just about one particular product or services such as SharePoint or Microsoft Exchange. Is beyond that. It's beyond many services, where, as I mentioned before, it uses for Microsoft Team, Azure Active Directory, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, Stream, and all these capabilities which is available in the service. So now, while it's being done, let's move back to this here. So what I can do is I can define my criteria and the date. So let me go back, go select any random date, anytime, random time. And then here are, so if you want to find out who copied some files, you can do that. Who deleted records, who downloaded the file, let's say start with that, who moved the file. So let's start with one of them, downloaded the file, and see what's happened. There is a number of documents which says Adnan, Carry, and some other document that have been downloaded. So let's look at, it gives you that this file was downloaded, what was the IP address, and what was the date and time and everything. It gives you this, kind of give you that who the user is and when he did download that file. Same fashion, I'll clear that, and as I mentioned, I'll see and rename the file. I'm not sure, but see if I did any rename the file in the past. I do one more query, so nothing is available. That being said, we did against file, the folder activities, the SharePoint, if you want to do it, who deleted a site. Of course, I did not, so I will not be able to find it. Again, we can go further down and site permission. Basically, you can still look for the permission if somebody has changed, somebody has performed any administrative activities, exchange related stuff. So move messages to a deleted folder. Let's say because I have been moving a lot of emails in there, and then search it, and I do expect some result because of these activities which I know. But again, you don't know. So based on the criteria, the security comes to you. If you in a need for something like that, you need to know what exactly you're looking for, and then again the IP address and move messages to the item, blah blah blah. So external access was false. So and then it shows, iOS means, of course, that I use this app on my, all this granular detail was, again, you can drop it down and go all the way down and then be able to figure it out. Some of the stuff I'll have to hide it. But that being said, you can perform these searches. So I hope you get an idea. So if you have not, go back to your tenant, enable the services, and then give it a try. It's really worthful. So that being said, if you have audit log, these are retained for 90 days. So I hope you liked it. Stay tuned for more future videos. Thank you and bye. Hi folks, welcome again. In this video, we gonna do some effort to improve our Microsoft Secure Score in Office 365. Hi, my name is Adnan Rafiq and I'm the author of this vlog. Please do subscribe my channel and do not forget to click on the bell icon for future updates. Thank you. So as I mentioned in my previous video, kind of give you a high level about the Secure Score, and in this episode we'll apply some policies, some best recommendation or best practices, and then take it score to the next level and see how the impact of these policies. So we start with the most common ones. Here it says one of the most common one, and the known one is the require MFA for all users. So require MFA for all users. Let's take a look. And at the same time, when we plan on applying this policy, it protect against password cracking and account breach. And it also do apply and meet the requirement for federal regulations, GDPR, NIST, and ISO. So if you need to meet any of these compliance control is one of the action you will need to take. Now we can start enabling the multi-factor authentication using Office 365 interface. Here's the option. You click on that button and it will redirect you to this page where you can see all these accounts are disabled as we speak. What we can do is that we can enable it and then improve the score. So and take this one out because I'm doing the lab, so I don't want to be authenticated again and again. That being said, I can enable it from here, and also there are settings. Their accounts are there. You can apply, and then it will have those apps to be signed out and signed back in. It's the best practices, but again, you need to communicate with the user before you make any one of these setting changes or actions. Communicate very well with your end user, not to panic them. And then here we go, and it will have us enable multi-factor authentication. Since it's a cloud-based tenant, there is no hybrid, so there are different requirements. You will have to look into that. So here I'm gonna enable it. And yes, and now I'll show you from end users how it's gonna look like. So I'm gonna sign out. Here I'm gonna log in as a user here, and the user will have to then register as register with these details like a phone number and text message. So enable So there are two types of authentication for the multi-factor. Either a user can select authentication by phone, so in case a call will be made from the service, or they can have a mobile app as an authenticator app. So it's your personal choice or user's choice. Basically, they have two options. I prefer this one, but again, and you select your region. In my case, I'm going to put my number. And then I'm supposed to get a code. And then as soon as the user receives the code within few seconds, they can apply the code here, and then needs to be verified. And as soon as the verification is done, and then this can be copied into the authenticator app, which if it's this being used, which I'm not, but again, let's see. Now I'm signed in. So what I'm going to do is that again, yeah, exactly. I was expecting this. So sign in with another user, which is this user in this case. I'm going to sign in with that. And yeah, so what I'm going to do, sign out completely and use a new private window. And now what's going to do is that it's already sent me a text. So without having the text, I cannot sign in. So now I'm putting this code. And as soon as I'm putting the code, I'm able to sign in using my MFA. And this will definitely increase the security score. So as we have just noticed, we have applied and enabled the multi-factor authentication. And I would expect this will reflect maybe in 24 hours or so. As we speak, it's not reflecting right away, which is expected. It's not gonna immediately show here. And now if you look at here, it's still showing require MFA for all user. However, I have implemented for all the users. So if you come back to the user active users, and then if you go in there, it will show us multi-factor enabled for all of these users. That being said, one more improvement towards security and protecting our users' account by enabling multi-factor authentication. I hope you like this video, and in my next video, as we keep adding more and more security policies to this tenant, you will see how the security score will keep improving. That being said, that's it for now. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Do subscribe my channel. Do not forget to click on the ring bell icon for more future updates. Thank you and bye for now. Hey guys, when it comes to Office 365 and your cloud load in the tenant, there's a recent article published from the Exchange product team, Greg Taylor, and then there made some more changes. Then we know that basic authentication is being discouraged because of the reason it has username and password sent, and the username and password is also residing on the device, so that's not secure because security has changed and there are so many latest and greatest tools available. So your tenant is more vulnerable, or the user becomes more vulnerable to these kind of threats. So there's a effort to discourage basic authentication and encourage a modern auth, basically, which allows, instead of username, a token is passed for this verification and validation in a layman term. Previously it was announced that only it will be discontinued on October 13 next year, October 13 2020, for Exchange web services. Now it include Exchange ActiveSync, POP, IMAP, and remote PowerShell. So they may want to look into that. And if you're using your administration or Exchange Online through PowerShell, there are alternate ways of doing it. POP and IMAP, I'm not a big fan. I don't use it. I highly discourage even for any environment. But if you have any type of application or something where your business case is, you want to look into that. Look for an option where you can leverage a native Outlook app for that case, in case of shared mailboxes or something like that. And also for your devices, for email client, right? So Outlook for iOS and Outlook for Android is a good app which is fully compliant with that, so you want to use that, or you can use your iPhone native app, which I use it, and also supports the modern auth. So make sure you use modern authentication and keep your tenants safe and secure, and do not take any chances unless there's a need. However, for the SMTP authentication, there are no changes going to be made based on that article, so you're still good, and there are not going to be any changes for the on-prem environment. So only specific to your Office 365 environment and specific to Exchange Online and nothing else. So I'll share the article. It will be right below in the description, and then you can read further upon it. Thanks for watching my video. Thank you. Bye. Hi folks, thanks for tuning into my video cast, and I'll be talking about threat protection in Microsoft 365 and what are the different security features and capabilities available. There are so many capabilities available in both Azure and Microsoft 365, and it's been a challenge, to compare these services and look them all together, because some of them are already, they're just for 365, and there are many threat protection, let's say for Windows and Azure, conditional access, and so there are so many features and capabilities available across the services. So what I've done is put together a diagram, or put together a chart where I have anything which is revolving around the threat protection, like how many different ways Microsoft is providing a threat protection across its Azure and Microsoft 365. So threat protection in Office 365 and Azure, as you can see, threat protection, as I talked about, Azure AD, Cloud App Security, Azure Threat Protection, Office 365 Threat Protection, Exchange Online Protection, Windows ATP, and the Cloud App Security, all that stuff is there. For this series, I'll be going and try my best to cover all of them. So we'll start with the security capabilities in Office 365 Advanced Threat Protection. And most of the cases you will need E5, or you can buy that service by paying additional for this advanced threat protection. So we're not going into the licensing, we'll just look into the different capabilities available in advanced threat protection in Office 365. So now we are into advanced threat protection dashboard or threat management. Under security and compliance, it's threat management. And here's a dashboard which shows the summary of our security posture of the tenants you have. So this is my tenant. Of course, I do not have so many users, but again, it's give me a good recommendation because this is my production tenant, and suggestion based on the posture of my tenant here. There are recommendations available. And as you can see, the daily efficiency savings, pending actions. This section is talking about the last 7 days. It has noticed and doing the recommendation to configure ATP safe attachments and configure ATP for SharePoint, OneDrive for Business, and Microsoft Teams. Phishing messages were detected. Safe links, malicious links were detected. And it also gives you the summary of the global threat detection, like how many messages Microsoft 365 scan in billions, and threats and all that, a good visual information. And then you can click on that. Going further down, we have users. There are some areas you can do some drill, and you can make them learn by doing some internal campaigns. So those tools available here in this service. We'll look into our future videos. And spoof domains, this is very common these days. You hear a lot about spoof domains, and you need to create additional SPF tracker, DKIM, and all that stuff. But it didn't find anything. Impersonation for the last 7 days, and there are some security trends, and email send receive, which is important, where say the total emails, good emails in my case in the last few days, 90, and it has spam detection of 152, which is more than double. So this is pretty good information available in the form of a chart. So what we're gonna do going forward in next video, now we have the dashboard, we understand what the dashboard is again, but there are so many pending items, there are so many actionable items that needs to be taken care, like configuring the ATP, SafeLink, anti-malware, anti-phishing, and all those tools available in the offering. So stay tuned, I'll be posting more videos how to configure and take action on all of these items. I'll be talking about threat protection in Microsoft 365 and what are the different security features and capabilities available. There are so many capabilities available in both Azure and Microsoft 365, and it's been a challenge to compare these services and look them all together because some of them are already they're just for 365, and there are many threat protection, let's say for Windows and Azure, conditional access, and so there are so many features and capabilities available across the services. So what I've done is put together a chart where I have anything which is revolving around the threat protection, like how many different ways Microsoft is providing a threat protection across its Azure and Microsoft 365. So threat protection in Office 365 and Azure, as you can see, threat protection, as I talked about, Azure AD, Cloud App Security, Azure Threat Protection, Office 365 Threat Protection, Exchange Online Protection, Windows ATP, and Cloud App Security, all that stuff is there. For this series, I'll be going and try my best to cover all of them. So we'll start with the security capabilities in Office 365 Advanced Threat Protection. And most of the cases you will need E5, or you can buy that service by paying additional for this advanced threat protection. So we're not going into the licensing, we'll just look into the different capabilities available in advanced threat protection in Office 365. So now we will look into how to create the safe attachment policies, ATP, which comes with your subscription. So first thing, remember, you are into Office 365 security and compliance, then you go to policies, and then ADB safe attachment, which will look for content, malicious content in your email attachment, SharePoint and OneDrive and Microsoft Teams. And here we are. First thing you'll have to do, you will have to enable this option. Now we enable this option and then click here and give it a name, a friendly name, safe attachment. And then I'm going to select this dynamic delivery. So dynamic delivery. And there are different options. If you select off, means attachment will not be scanned for malware. So of course we want to scan it. Monitor means it will continue to deliver the message and track a scan result. Block means it will block future emails and attachment with deleted malwares, detected malwares. Replace means it will block the attachment with detected malware, continue to deliver the message. Here it will deliver the message without attachment immediately. So at least communication to your recipient is there, and then attachment will be then scanned in the sandbox. So we're going to select this option. So now we will also select this option to redirect the attachment on detection. So in this case, let's say if we have a security team, for example, I'll put my another account. So in that case, it could be your security team who's going to monitor it. You can select this option. Next, we will select where we want to apply this policy. So domain is, so I have got 3 domains and I want to apply to all of them. And there is no exception basically. And then click. So As you can see, we select more, we can do more granular control. We don't need that. Click on save. And this will only work for the Office 365 hosted mailbox. So here you go. As you can see, that policy has been created, and the description is everything here. So we'll look into this video how to stop do not forward in Office 365. So for example, you want to send an email, a quotation, a quote, or something confidential. So in this video, we'll look into that. Another added feature in Outlook, which is message encryption. But in message encryption, let's say here the scenario is if you send some confidential file to someone and you do not want those files to be forwarded. So you want to restrict people not to forward your confidential data to somebody else. It could be your legal document, it could be your contract or something like that. So I'm going to use how to use that feature on my Office or Outlook for Mac. So you're sending somebody a Gmail, and then you want to make sure that document does not get leaked. Files, for example, I'm going to put any file, but again, that's the idea is that I do not want this email to be forwarded to someone. So what I'm going to do here first, come here in the options, and under encrypt, I have this option, do not forward. I'll select this and I'll come back here and I select send, and there you go. The email is gone. And here we see that the recipient can read this message, but cannot forward, print, or copy the content. And here it shows me the permissions. So we're gonna go back to now. I received the email, but again, nothing I can read here, right? So that's the whole point, that this email does not exist on my Gmail. It still exists on my Exchange Online in Office 365. To access that email, I gotta click on that option, and I'm being redirected from Gmail to this Outlook. And here you can see that do not forward, recipient cannot forward. So if I try to forward, these things are disabled. Same thing here is for print. I cannot print it. I cannot forward that email. So if you think that was informative, please do subscribe my channel, like my videos. Do not forget to press the bell icon for future updates. Stay tuned for more videos. Thank you and bye. Hi folks, thanks for tuning into my video cast, and I'll be talking about threat protection in Microsoft 365 and what are the different security features and capabilities available. There are so many capabilities available in both Azure and Microsoft 365, and it's been a challenge, to compare these services and look them all together, because some of them are already they're just for 365, and there are many threat protection, let's say for Windows and Azure, conditional access, and so there are so many features and capabilities available across the services. So what I've done is put together a diagram, or put together a chart where I have anything which is revolving around the threat protection, like how many different ways Microsoft is providing a threat protection across its Azure and Microsoft 365. So threat protection in Office 365 and Azure, as you can see, threat protection, as I talked about, Azure AD, Cloud App Security, Azure Threat Protection, Office 365 Threat Protection, Exchange Online Protection, Windows ATP, and the Cloud App Security, all that stuff is there. For this series, I'll be going and try my best to cover all of them. So we'll start with the security capabilities in Office 365 Advanced Threat Protection. And most of the cases you will need E5, or you can buy that service by paying additional for this advanced threat protection. So we're not going into the licensing, we'll just look into the different capabilities available in advanced threat protection in Office 365. Now we will look into how to set up anti-phishing policies in Office 365. ATP anti-phishing policy, where it uses an AI model and one uses about potentially harmful messages. So let's look into the ATP anti-phishing policy. Yeah, probably I need to log back in. So here, Office 365 do have a default policy, and that what it looks like. If you look at users to protect off, so there are so many settings. Create a new policy. So we gonna name it. So we're gonna name it anti-phishing policy, and then we create a domain like where we want to apply it. So we need to choose the domain names. I'm gonna select all the domains I have, and then done here, and then no more. Then we go to, if there are any of these domains, I can use single recipient or group whatsoever, whatever the business case is. But here we need it for the user to protect in the domain, and click next. And that what it looks like, the whole policy here. So we do that and look into the more options. Now if I'm here, status is on, and if I click, if the recipient is part of these domains, users to protect and all that stuff. So let's look into that. So now we'll look into that impersonation. If somebody sends an email with impersonation domain, we go there, and first we need whether we want to do it for up to like say 60 internal and external users. But in our case, we want to do it on the whole domain. So I have two options here. So what you can do, either include the domain, or whenever you add a new domain, it will be applied automatically. So that's what I want to do. And here it will show the domain I own. I have 3 domains in that case. And so what I'm going to do, I'll leave it. I'm not going to do my custom domain. I'll save this. And then we go here again, or to the actions. So what actions you want to do? If the email is sent by impersonated domain, you want to quarantine the message and save it. So that being said, this is the part done for anti-phishing policy in Office 365. Hi folks, this is Adnan from Exchange IT Pro. I'm gonna put this another short video. I'm not sure if you watching or reading the tweets about the spoofing or anti-spoofing capabilities of Office 365 rolled out yesterday, and it's creating a lot of confusion, frustration amongst the customer in MVP community. So I just wanted to talk about fellow MVPs to noticed yesterday. They started tweeting about it. A couple of blogs has been written about it. So I thought just summarize it and put this in a video. So what exactly has happened? If you look at on my screen, under the rolling out, there is a new enhanced capability being rolled out as we speak also. So a new capability has been rolled out here yesterday, as you can see. And the surprising thing is that it's been added to the roadmap yesterday, and it's already rolling out. So that's surprising. They were not added to the roadmap before, and all of a sudden it's there, and they are rolling it out and causing a lot of customer big pain. So what is causing? What's the problem? What's the issue here? So what exactly it is? Email junking will continue until they fix it, or communication was not done properly, basically. So what happens? If you come across, or somebody call you, hey, I've sent an email, did you receive it or not? And email, you think it's not in the inbox, and you have been receiving email from the customer or partner for the last many months or during the business, but all of a sudden you don't see those email coming to your inbox, then you gotta look into the junk mail, and probably this is what you will find because of this update. The email you have been receiving normally, now they are ended up going into the junk mail folder. And that what this blog explains about, wrote by a fellow MVP called Paul Cunningham.
that putting all the details, and Brian Reed started noticing about it and also mentioned about in the tweets, and then this is going on, I mean, since yesterday. So if you want to read more details, I'll put the link, read about it, what it is. And here again, you see this is a blog written by Michael Van Horenbeek, or Michael Van Hybrid, aka Hybrid. He wrote about it, and these kind of error you'll see that in your junk mailbox. The sender failed our fraud detection. Basically, it's spoofed capabilities. Things is being spoofed, and you are not the sender. You pretend to be, basically. So you're supposed to be a legitimate sender. You're sending from the legitimate source. So that's what exactly has been happening. And the whole article explain all that stuff. What's going on. Terrorizing. So you want to details, you can just read this blog. It has all the details, that who did what has been said, and what's been happening. So that's exactly is happening, and how can you deal with the situation. So don't get panic if you get customer calls and they're not receiving emails, so you have the workaround. So basically, it's only happening to the customer. They don't have SPF record or the DK record. And then if they send you an email and you're hosted your email in Exchange Online and Office 365, this is where it's gonna actually happen. And if you do not have any one of these records created, so that's exactly what I'm talking about. But same thing, if you are not on Office 365, you're sending to your partner, or to whomever you work with, and they are in Office 365. So you're sending in the recipient, so your email will end up into their junk mail folder. So that's something need to be aware of, and how to deal with that. Either create the records or bypass. There are different ways of dealing it. Read those URLs. One thing I want to show here is, as I said before, it says sending infrastructure properties and reject the message fails implicit authentication. It marks as junk. As an admin, you can use policies to customize the action. So you can allow or block. So if you're an Exchange admin, Exchange Online, go to your Office 365 admin and allow that domain. That's a workaround. You can do that. But again, it was added to the roadmap and then it's rolled out. But again, if you go to the message center here, it's published today. I don't know what time. It's going to the same roadmap, and same thing. And then that's new, that they added a command get or set get dash fish filter policy, and you can allow a domain to send a spoof mail. So if you trust your partner or customer, you can just go in there and allow it, basically set the policy so it will not end up going into the junk mail folder, basically. But again, Microsoft wants you to push the best practices. That's why they introduced. So in a nutshell, if I need to summarize this thing, it's a good intent, it's a good effort, it's something good, we appreciate it. I like it in my personal opinion, but the biggest gap is the communication gap. No doubt, there's a big communication gap. It would have been perfect, much nicer, if they would have communicated in the message center on the roadmap, usually a couple of weeks time. I believe this is how they do it, a month, sometimes 3 months. But again, a month or two would have been much better, not just rolling it out and giving us all the surprises. End of the day, it's business and the customer. So that's being said in a nutshell. I hope you like this video, and go read out this blog and then deal with the situation. Stay tuned for the next video. Thank you, and bye.
Most important ways to secure your Office 365 tenant or Microsoft 365. These are totally based on my personal view and my observation. There could be more or less, but this is what I think are the most important stuff you need to do as soon as you set up your tenant. So as soon as you set up your tenant, there is already a video. You're going to see it how to use a dedicated admin accounts, and you'll find more details in that video. So we'll skip that. But again, idea is that you should use a dedicated admin account for the tenant management. Next thing is also set up multi-factor authentication. this is another way to secure your tenant, especially on the admin accounts. Raise the level of protection against malware. So if there is a by default protection or threat management or threat protection feature available in Office 365, but want to take it to the next level, you need to configure different policies in your tenant after you sign up. And then there's a criteria, but we'll look into that individual videos coming soon. How can you customize or improve the security posture of your Microsoft 365 tenant? And same applies to the ransomware. There are like threat management policies you can create. So there are like 3-4 different areas you need to work on and set those policies. Same thing for the anti-phishing policies. There is a default policy, but again, somebody is impersonating your domain or user. How to set those up and work on those policies. So there will be more videos coming soon about each and every part of it, pretty much on the security posture of your 365 tenant. ATP safe attachment, again, is another feature where you want to block the attachment or suspicious attachment. And that's another feature of video I'll be posting soon about that. And safe links, again, there could be some URL, they are not safe. So you can configure those policies in Microsoft 365 tenant, which will allow basically to secure your environment. Because if you look at, these are all end of the day is going towards the end user. So you need to have protection in the services. You need to enable those control in the services and before it gets to your end user. Another could be like training the user. Before we do that on the end user training side, you got to make sure you take care as an IT on your side of it and make sure you're doing and taking the steps toward making those policies to secure your tenant, secure your services, and then you can also start training the user. And there are, as I said, it doesn't have to be these 7 steps, but I think, in my opinion, that's how I want to set up my tenant to secure it and go from there. Thank you. Hi folks, thanks for tuning into my video cast, and I'll be talking about threat protection in Microsoft 365 and what are the different security features and capabilities available. There are so many capabilities available in both Azure and Microsoft 365, and it's been a challenge, to compare these services and look at them all together, because some of them are already, they're just for 365, and there are many threat protection, let's say for Windows and Azure, conditional access, and so there are so many features and capabilities available across the services. So what I've done is put together a diagram or put together a chart where I have anything which is revolving around the threat protection, like how many different ways Microsoft is providing a threat protection across its Azure and Microsoft 365. So threat protection in Office 365 and Azure, as you can see, threat protection, as I talked about, Azure AD, Cloud App Security, Azure Threat Protection, Office 365 Threat Protection, Exchange Online Protection, Windows ATP, and Cloud App Security, all that stuff is there. For this series, I'll be going and try my best to cover all of them. So we'll start with the security capabilities in Office 365 Advanced Threat Protection. And most of the cases you will need E5, or you can buy that service by paying additional for this advanced threat protection. So we're not going into the licensing, we'll just look into the different capabilities available in advanced threat protection in Office 365. So now we'll look into the anti-malware, how to set it up, what's there, and then how you can have your more policies applied to your tenant. By default, there is a policy already available. If you want, you can double click and take a look in the properties, in the settings. And these are the settings by default. It says you want to notify the recipient of the message as quarantine, and then you can change the settings here. But what I want to do is that I'll create a policy and not to touch the default policy. And I'll create a new policy here. So now we'll click on this plus button, create a new policy here. Make it, name it anti-malware. malware policy. So have a default notification to the user. In this option, I'll keep it enabled because in the future you can also add more files which you think you want to detect for the malware detection. And there are some other options whether you want to notify the user. Internal user I would, for external user I would not do it. And then also to the administrator, I'm at techiesonly.com. Undeliverable message for the external, I am not interested in that. No customization, I'll just leave as is. Apply to all the domains I have. No exception. Save. And that being said, we have our new anti-malware policy. This is overriding the default one. Default one becomes the lowest, and that's the next. That being said, this is how you configure anti-malware policy. I'll be talking about threat protection in Microsoft 365 and what are the different security features and capabilities available. There are so many capabilities available in both Azure and Microsoft 365, and it's been a challenge to compare these services and look them all together because some of them are already, they're just for 365 and there are many threat protection, let's say for Windows and Azure, conditional access, and so there are so many features and capabilities available across the services. So what I've done is put together a chart where I have anything which is revolving around the threat protection, like how many different ways Microsoft is providing a threat protection across its Azure and Microsoft 365. So threat protection in Office 365 and Azure, as you can see, threat protection, as I talked about, Azure AD, Cloud App Security, Azure Threat Protection, Office 365 Threat Protection, Exchange Online Protection, Windows ATP, and Cloud App Security, all that stuff is there. For this series, I'll be going and try my best to cover all of them. So we'll start with the security capabilities in Office 365 Advanced Threat Protection. And most of the cases you will need E5, or you can buy that service by paying additional for this advanced threat protection. So we are not going into the licensing, we'll just look into the different capabilities available in advanced threat protection in Office 365. So anti-spoofing in Office 365. In my previous videos, we have talked about anti-spamming. So anti-spoofing, in this video, we'll see the settings for that. In my previous video, we talked about anti-phishing, and there is an already option available where you can customize the setting for anti-spoofing. So there is some business requirement where you want to allow some companies or to spoof of behalf of your domain, but again, this can be controlled where you do not want them to allow. So if you go to the properties of already created anti-phishing policy, we have the spoofing enabled. If you do not have any policy created, usually you may see it disabled, but here we already enable it, but we can edit it or look into the settings. So we have enable anti-spoofing protection for our tenant, and then these are the actions. So if the email is sent by someone who is not allowed to spoof your domain, that email will be moved to the junk or it can be quarantined. We'll leave as is for the junk because we don't want to lose that email. So what's going to happen, it will go to the junk folder of an end user, and from there an end user can report as a junk or block whichever the action they want to take it, because we don't want to be in a position to limit them from doing business. It could be a legitimate email in that case. And then that's being done, and then you want to review the settings. Again, you can review the settings, and if you want to change it, you can change it here. We will go back to these steps. So I hope you like this video. Thank you.
Hi folks.
as you see here in my email, in my Outlook. One email arrived 2:53 p.m., 3:56, and 4:24. When I click on this email, you can see the admin notification for new activity policy match. So I'll show you what did I do in the past, but today I was not sure that I did created some policies in the past, but that's based on that policy. It triggered and there was some login attempts. I don't know where it's coming from. I never set up those. And if you can see, there are suspicious IP addresses, the whole range. And within 5 times, in 3 minutes, there were 5 attempts. There's another email, 5 attempts in 5-minute time. And this is the very first attack. Somebody tried to log into my Office 365 account, I believe. So if you see, with less than 2 hours, more than 15 attempts, it happened. And so these things are still protected, but again, without having this alert configured, would have never known that something is in place. So if you see, it came from this location. Again, this location. So location is known, the client device is unknown, activity time is there. So let's see what's there, review this alert and investigate. So when I click the review the alert, so here is the list of the alert. And if you see here, there were total alerts generated were 3 alerts. Let it pull, will go through all of these alerts. And here, investigation from IP addresses, as you can see, all these IP addresses. The alert was launched. If you can see, failure log on. So one thing is there obvious that it was not logged on because this is how I configured the alert. Plus, I never set up any other security because I set it up just to see how the cloud security app works. A couple of weeks ago, I have set these policies. I'll show you where did I do that. And this is the account which is impacted. So let me click on that and see what it shows on the screen. And it shows all my identifier, blah, 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 all these things, status, active, the account information, but all the failed attempts. And if I go here, investigation, it will show me all the activities. So let's click one of those and see what do we find here. Failed logon attempts, credential is blocked. So basically there were so many attempts and my credential got flagged. And whoever tried to do it could not do it. So let me click on that to get more details here. Native client, I don't know, maybe a Exchange or somebody tried to configure my email address on their devices. I have no idea. So if it shows the user activities also here. So this is a kind of new thing in my Office 365 account. So it also shows me the logon, my IP address, my computer device and all that stuff. You can see. So that's in a nutshell, I wanted to show this cloud app security. So let's go back and see how this policy was configured. So this page, this is where I configured the policy. By default, it does block, but this specific policy I configured to send me the alert via email. Repeated active, minimum repeat active 5 times, at least within time frame of 5 minutes. If I say within a minute for the next time, let's say, because if somebody tries to attempt 5 times within a minute, I want that alert to be sent. Activities are equal to fail logon. For example, is here, I can have more activities and details and location and all that stuff, which I don't want to add here. Clear the alert, day alert limit is 5. I can set it up to 10. One thing I did not do intentionally is to suspend the user or require the user to sign in, which I will do it now going forward because that has been attempted and I will update it. So that being said, this has been updated policy successfully. And from there, if something happens again, I'll be getting those alerts. Again, if you have this in your subscription, I believe you'll need E5 Cloud 365 App Security. And this is, you can configure the policies, you can create more policies, templates, investigate user account, add permissions. Going forward, the next step, what I'm going to do is enable multi-factor authentication. So if somebody tries to log in again, or I will get a phone call on my cell phone for a second form of authentication.